Whenever we think of Abraham, we cannot deny the fact that he is a pacesetter. The three leading religions in the world all have their root in the person of Abraham: Christianity, Islam and Judaism. What could a man do? How could a man impress God to be entrusted with becoming the father of nations as Abraham is? There are principles behind everything in life. Behind every great achievement are great secrets. It is these great secrets for the greatness of Abraham that I have endeavored to enumerate in this book. I don't doubt that each and every one of us could become the Abraham of his or her nation. The principles are outlined here. Why you don't dare to believe God. This book is one of the 50 book titles I am releasing for my 50th birthday celebration. If at least one person will be inspired enough to take responsibility for his or her nation, then it would have been worth the effort. For the love of God, Church and Nation. Dr. Sunday Adelaja. Introduction. Abraham is a name that you'll hardly find a person in the whole world wide who will not have something to say about him. This is understandable because Abraham is the source of the three leading religions of the world: Christianity, Islam and Judaism. All these three religions mentioned above see their origin as being in one way or the other connected to the person of Abraham. In all, over 3 billion people claim Abraham as their progenitor. Wow! What a heritage! What an influence! What a generation! What is it that gave Abraham the honor to become the progenitor of such a great dynasty? That is the question that we are going to explore in this book. Even more importantly though, I am going to answer the question, what can you and I do to deserve such an honor? As a Christian for 30 years now, I have been privileged to have listened to thousands of messages surrounding the topic of Abraham. Ministers of God have preached about Christians being the heirs of Abraham. We have spoken vastly about the blessings of Abraham. Some have preached on the faith of Abraham, others have laid emphasis on the fact that we are all children of Abraham. There could be no end to variations of messages and teachings surrounding the person of Abraham. However, there's more to the story of Abraham than mere history. What we hear is just the tip of an iceberg. I call it that tip because most of us have a very shallow understanding to the story of Abraham. Very few know the power of Abraham, not only in the Bible, but in our daily walk of life. No matter how we turn and twist this subject, in my thinking, the bottom line is for us to discover for ourselves how we could all replicate the feat of Father Abraham. The reason why God put the story of Abraham in the Bible is not for us to just preach him, it is not for us to say how awesome his faith and his achievements were. He did not need us to applaud him, neither did he need us to be fans and his clapping audience. God put that story in the Bible so that he could reproduce such feats in every one of us. There is an Abraham in us that needs to be activated. There is an Abraham that needs to be awakened, an Abraham that needs to be brought to life. God's dream was that Abraham would not be one. The hope of God was, maybe, that by recording the story of Abraham, he would be able to have more people who would claim nations of the earth for him. People who would offer themselves as living sacrifices and pay the price to go to any land and be fathers of the nations where they find themselves. The reason where we are now is because God wants us to be there and claim the nations for him. He has put us here to be the Abrahams of our nations. Sadly, we fail to understand why we are where we are. Most people think that they are here on earth just by chance. Many think that they are here by accident. The truth is that each one of us is here for a purpose. Each one of us is here to solve a problem. We are all here to give light in the darkest moments. To bring hope to a world that is sinking in despair. To subdue nations. This is what it means to be an Abraham. The significance of the story of Abraham cannot be overstated. God gave us this story for inspiration. He gave us an example to follow so that we could dare to believe him. He meant to build our faith in him, that what he did with Abraham he can do with us, because he does not change. Instead of us taking in what He is freely giving, we have abused God's generosity. Instead of us taking up the challenge of becoming the Abrahams of our nations, we have resolved to just preaching and telling the stories of how great Abraham was. Instead of us to believe in the power of God, we have specialized in making Him sound like a fairy tale. Great will it be for us to get the horn of God, thank Him for the example given to us, and take the challenge to become fathers of nations just like Abraham did it. It is possible, only if we are ready. It is a pity that we have missed it. It is a pity that we are waiting for someone to stand up and fight for nations, when we are the ones who have been assigned that task. The world is ours to change, nations are ours to conquer, and lives are ours to transform. There is no other thing worth living for than that which we are called for, being the Abrahams of our nations. Times are changing fast, and only those who are ready to face the change head-on can make impact in our today's world. It is not an easy call to answer, but the God of Abraham is still the God of today. The least you and I should be is this: the Abraham of our nations. I resolve to accept this and be an Abraham wherever I am, whenever need be. No matter what happens, I choose to be known as a father of nations, with all my imperfections and failures. No matter what happens, I chose to be known as a father of not only one nation, but a father of many nations. Why? Because I have seen it and I dare to believe it. God's hope will not be jeopardized in me, no. I chose to justify God's hope. I will let Him know that I did not take Abraham's story for fun, or for nothing. Though we have billions of people in the world, there are only 195 sovereign states according to the United Nations. In other words, only 200 men and women are needed to rise and believe God for a nation and bring back the earth to the feet of the Master. You are one of them. Dear reader, I believe that you did not pick this book by accident. God knew you were going to read about this. God knew that through this book, He will sow a seed of faith in your heart, that you will dare to believe. When you dare to believe, He will surely dare to do great things through you. This book is a wake-up call for us to rise up and join the league of great men, who like Abraham, paid the price of becoming fathers of many nations. As you read along, may the Abraham in you be brought to birth as you answer the question, could you be the Abraham of your nation? Chapter 1. Why Abraham? Breaking records. He Guinness Book of Records has it that Roy Blackmore claims the biggest family tree ever. He was able to trace up to approximately 10,000 relatives and ancestors. In his search, he found out that he is a descendant of William the Conqueror, Alfred the Great, and the Queen of England. Wow! What a discovery! Honestly speaking, Roy Blackmore is just one in billions who would care to do the same. Not many people ever dig back to find their roots. I will not be surprised to meet people who have never heard of their great-grandparents. As a matter of fact, there's a possibility that they deceased even before their parents came to birth. Many of our ancestors today are not only forgotten, they are unheard of. Quite unfortunate it is, to have lived and died without a trace. Every human being has a connection with some ancestral lineage, this is undeniable. Very few, however, can name up to 4 of their preceding ancestors. Let's not go far. Who was your mother's great-grandparent? Do you know the name of your 10th great-grandparent? I can't mention mine either. I remember asking this question to my congregation a couple of years ago, and no one knew the name of their great-great-grandparents. Most of the remembered ancestors with no doubt must have done something profound, something extraordinary that forgetting them is inevitable. If, for instance, a man made impact in his local community, he will be remembered for what he did. It is easier to remember a late chief or elder than it is to remember a mere habitant who did nothing noteworthy. Naturally, we like to associate ourselves with greatness and great people. It is desirable to come from the lineage of great men. A great deal of people live in the glory of their ancestors, while others only covet. It is a noble thing. What therefore can a man do to be remembered from generation to generation? Do something worth remembering. Imagine being a progenitor to many. You probably come from a remote village that features nowhere in the map of your country. Or maybe you were born into a poor family in a small village in the middle of nowhere. Let's say you lived in total poverty. You know what it means to lack. Food was a problem and shelter was a vocabulary for you. For you, there was no meaning to life. But you are here today, through it all. As time goes by, you're moving closer to the grave. A day will inevitably come that you have to be sent back to your Maker. Will the next generations remember you? Did you make yourself worth remembering? Having almost a similar childhood to what I have described above, I consider it failure if to live without leaving a mark behind. Making it through tough conditions is a record broken already, and this should only be used in making other lives better. Our experiences are not to be wasted. They are meant to inform us of what is going on in a world and how we can be of help to others going through similar situations. How can you be remembered if you just sit back and keep quiet at matters that call for your attention? Why should you be remembered in the first place? A difficult question, right? Record breaking is mostly used in the world of sports. Take a race, for instance. A runner who takes the shortest time ever to reach the finish line sets a new record, breaking the former. Until that record is broken again, the incumbent winner holds the title and the glory that comes in it. These people are remembered for generations. Even at their death, it will be mentioned that they broke a record at some point in life. We break records in life when we triumph against all odds. When we refuse to allow our circumstances define where we reach in life, we are set for record breaking. Coming from a poor background and succeeding is a record broken. The truth of the matter is, breaking records will put your name somewhere in the sand of time. You will be remembered for something. Benjamin Franklin will forever be known as one of the founding fathers of the United States of America. He didn't descend from a renowned line, but that had nothing to do with his creating history. Born to a candle maker, Benjamin Franklin was the 15th of the 17 children born to his father. He only got 2 years of formal education. How was it possible for a man with only 2 years of formal education to leave a mark behind him? How could he break such a record? Very simple. He chose the path of seeking knowledge, and thus made tremendous achievements. Not only was he a force behind the America we see or read of today, he was also a scientist, an inventor, author, to name but a few. It is impossible for a man like Benjamin Franklin to be forgotten because of his impact to the world at large. He broke a record. The lineage of the British royal family is an exceptional one too, one that will go down the memory lane, centuries to come. The royal family has reigned for 37 generations and 1,210 years. Can you imagine? It is easy for the descendant of the royal family to trace their lineage, and those who come after them. What am I driving at? To be remembered for a lifetime, or even decades, one must have been out of the ordinary, with an exception of the royal family where the crown is inherited. This is what I call record breaking. Are you ready to break records? Like I mentioned earlier, one must be ready to stand tall against all odds to break records. To believe when everyone else is doubting. To sow when every other person is relaxing and having a good time. To succeed when surrounded with failure. To keep going when the journey is unclear. One must be willing to touch lives in whatever little way they can. To use the pain and circumstances of one's life to make it better for others. The willingness to set the path that others can gladly follow, an example to be emulated and looked up to. We are born to break records, just like Abraham. The man Abraham. If you went to the Sunday school, this could be one of the stories you heard of. The story of a man called Abraham. The father of faith, as he is known to many. Abraham was an old man yet childless. It is recorded that God actually changed his name from Abram to Abraham, which translates to father of many nations. as old as Abraham was. God promised him a son and descendants as many as the stars of the sky. That is why Christians call themselves the children of Abraham. Abraham is called Ibrahim by Muslims. He is believed to be the father of the Arabs and is viewed as a symbol of sacrifice. Through him, and his story, living for others is recommended. It is interesting to know that his story cuts across the leading religions of the world. Like I said above, to some, he is the father of faith, to others the promoter of self-sacrifice for good, and still to others he is all. Known to be the source of the three leading religions of the world, Christianity, Islam and Judaism. I can't help but ask, why Abraham? It is important for us to know the reason behind him being the father of many nations and the progenitor of over 3 billion people. Adherent estimates have it that of the world's population, Christians represent 30.7%. The Muslims on the other hand are 23.2% of the whole population. This alone is more than half of the world's population. So, what makes Abraham so special that he is considered the progenitor of all? As I answer the question, why Abraham, I would like you to ask yourself, why not me? Why Abraham? Why Abraham? With the countless number of lessons that can be deducted from the story of Abraham, I would like to liken Abraham's story to the cliché, from grass to grace. A man who had nothing, yet ended up being the father of all the nations of the world. In our society today, and especially in Africa, a family without children is rarely respected. There is a sense of importance attached to having children. If one is married and doesn't have a child after years of marriage, it becomes a nightmare. It is easy to feel useless when in such a situation. It is easy to question God and wonder where and why he is hiding, but that is not all there is to life. Here is Abraham, 75 years old yet no child. All of a sudden, God asks him to pack all his belongings to a land he doesn't know. This must have been very tricky, but Abraham packs and leaves. Unlike many of us, Abraham just trusted God's leading to the new destination. His age or status did not hinder God from calling him. Neither did Abraham try to reason with God. It was years after he left this land that God appeared to him with promises. The church is not taking its rightful place in the society because no one is ready to believe and accept the call like Abraham did. Today, people want proofs first before they can follow. They are waiting for the promise to come to fruition before they can believe. Unfortunately, nothing will change if we don't rise up to the call and let God work through us. We must not allow our circumstances to limit our capabilities. We have been called to be Abrahams, regardless of our status. Ours is to believe and march out in faith, as we save the nations. The destiny of generations to come is in our hands now, and we must believe and accept to stand in the gap. Even as Abraham believed God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know you therefore that they which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham. And the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, In thee shall all nations be blessed. So then they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Galatians chapter 3 verses 6-9. What did Abraham believe God for? The above scripture tells us that as he believed, it was counted to him as righteousness. Abraham believed in that which no ordinary man would. Through his belief, he created a platform for a generational blessing. We are heirs of his blessings because he believed. Being old, and with a barren wife who was obviously at menopause, he believed that he could still bear a child. To subdue nations will be an impossible mission if we do not believe that God has called us for this. When God asked Abraham to leave his land to a place God would show him, he packed his belonging without questioning God. It is easy to see the first step Abraham takes is foolish. How does one set out on a journey he knows nothing about? That he accepted to leave is a great sign of his belief in God. He completely trusted in the promise of God. God has promised nations to us too, through Abraham, yet no one is ready to take it up. It will surprise you to know that a majority of today's generation is driven by the "seeing is believing" slogan. Many will not believe what they do not see. What a limit we set upon ourselves. Because Abraham believed in his ability to be a father regardless of his state, he ended up with nations. What are you believing God for? It is what we believe that will come to pass. Arguably, it is easy to say that the promises of God to make Abraham a blessing drove him, but there is no proof of that. Calling him a father of many nations at his old age made no literal sense, but Abraham believed anyway. He believed and it was counted to him as righteousness. His belief qualified him to be the father of nations. We can cause great change in our world today if we choose to believe that we can deliver our nations. To be an Abraham, therefore, we are called to believe in God's promise and live to fulfill it. The promise still applies. The question at stake now is, are you going to be one of those who will believe God for their nations? Could you be the Abraham of your nation? Will you dare to presume that it is even a possibility that you could repeat the feats of Abraham himself? As children of Abraham, we are the inheritors of all that was his. Wow! That is not all. Like him, we're justified by faith and are blessed with him. Through us, nations will be blessed. Can we say that of ourselves? Have we taken what was given to us through Abraham? Have taken over the nations that belong to us? Children, especially male ones in Africa, end up being heirs of their parents' properties and riches. Imagine you are the son of the richest man in the world. Would you reject the inheritance given to you by him? I doubt. We are the children of God, but sadly not ready to inherit what he has given us. As inheritors of Abraham's blessings, all his promises apply to us today. Through us, nations will be blessed. This promise unfortunately has to be realized. Nations will not be automatically blessed by us claiming the promise, but through our decision to make it happen. Like Abraham believed, so should we. Sometimes, many times, it won't make sense at all that nations belong to us. Our experiences and the circumstances around us could dictate otherwise, but God's promise still applies. He is the same through all ages, and his promises do not change. What he did through Abraham, he can still do through us. God has already given us a mandate. Will you be receptive? Will you believe in the unseen nation you've been given for your inheritance? I am of the belief that the reason Abraham's blessings are not obviously visible in us is because we are yet to take the bold step of owning what belongs to us. When I was growing up in a small village in Nigeria, I could never imagine myself changing lives. I was an irrelevant poor boy, who didn't even have a pair of shoes. But my background did not prevent God from using me. In fact, I am grateful for the hard life I started with. It motivated me to work hard and never get back to that kind of life. Glory to God who never changes. He rewards the fruits of our hands. What he promised to do is what he does. So it is not where you are today. It is not where you are now. It is where you are going to and the promise of God that still holds. Resolve to be that person who will believe God's promise and walk in it. Seeing the invisible. Abraham was a man of faith. How did he use his faith? He used his faith to subdue nations. This is not the way it has been preached to us. It has been preached to us in such a way that we should admire the man in Abraham, that we should look at his faith and admire what a great faith he had, what a patriot he was. This is where we miss it. Admiring Abraham is not enough. Following suit and taking nations upon us is the call. If faith is worth having, if faith is worth choosing at all, it is only worth choosing for something of everlasting value. You will see and discover that many people have been given faith, but most will use their faith for petty things like having good clothes, building a big church and owning material things that add no value, or to have recognition, to have popularity, to have a name for themselves. We have all been given faith, and we'll see at the end of the day what we have used our faith for. Remember that Abraham used his own faith to subdue nations, and it is the example we ought to follow. I want to challenge you today, dear reader, to use your faith not just for petty things of life, not for bread and butter, but for subduing kingdoms and nations. Like Abraham, God is calling you to be the deliverer of your family, society, city, nation, and the world at large. You are the one God is going to use to deliver His people. God has chosen you. He is entrusting the world to you. Will you believe? The story of Abraham was not given to us for entertainment. No, it was not a mere history for us to recall and narrate. There was a solemn lesson that God wanted to teach us. His teaching is for the purpose of us applying the lessons and bringing them to fruition. It is no surprise that many have read the story of Abraham hundreds of times but have never gotten to the understanding of what I am about to share with you. What is happening now is that God is opening our eyes to the possibility of us bringing salvation to our nations. He is opening our eyes to the realization that we could be the Abrahams of our nations, if only we believe by faith and go forth. The story of Abraham, therefore, is a challenge to you and me. A challenge to stand up and win back the nations of the world. A challenge to subdue nations and save its people from bondage, from war, from poverty, and all there is. To see the invisible is to have faith. The Scriptures define faith as the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. It may not be visible now, but God has given nations to us for inheritance. To see the invisible is to believe that we will not stay in the same state forever. It is to believe that our current situation is to help us in our next. Learn as much you can where you are now, for best that you don't see yet. Your life was given to you as a resource to use and accomplish what you were created for. Live for something greater than life, see yourself as great deliverer that is being awaited. Be willing to risk and pursue that which you can't see yet. It has been promised, it will come to pass. See the invisible. A lot of people today mistake taking over the nations with holding political positions. Though I encourage believers to take up the seats in their governments, this is not the only way to subdue. It is where you are. Your sphere of influence. Your surroundings. There is a missing link that only you was called to fix. That is why you need to see it, and bring it to existence. Set apart. The world today is filled with people who are so religious that they don't see the problems surrounding them. It is painful to have a church filled up with members who can't bring any change to the society. Many have been carried away with promises of favor and miracles. They pray to God for miracles and do nothing in preparation. Believers lock themselves up within the four walls of the church, praying and fasting for the world to change and become a better place. Funny enough, things get from bad to worse and new evils keep creeping in. Where is the miss? As a believer in the power of prayer, I can say that prayer is not enough. There is time to get out of the prayer room. Get your hands dirty. Do something. I am forced to think that many expect God to come down from heaven and solve the problems of the world we are living in all by Himself. Do you know what? It will never happen. All we need for the problems surrounding us has been given to us. God has already given us the promise, and a mind to harness ideas. Isn't this more than enough? We have the answers to the challenges surrounding us, and praying about them alone will not change anything. The highest heavens belong to the Lord, but the earth He has given to mankind. Psalm chapter 115 verse 16. God created us and gave us dominion over all His creation. He gave us the power to take charge over all that is on earth. The power is ours. A president of a nation will not ask for permission to rule his country. He is the president. He has all the powers. The country is in his hands. This is the same power accorded to us, and even more. All the earth has been given to us. It is ours to manage. It is ours to rule. It is ours to influence. Unfortunately, we fail to exercise this authority that has been given to us. We believe that God will answer our prayers, which is good. But we can't expect change to take place while we are seated. We must do something to accompany our faith. As children of God, we have been set apart, to be different. We have been chosen, as descendants of Abraham, to inherit the earth. I believe that we take care of what belongs to us. It is natural to want to take care of our homes and family, because it is our mandate to do so. How much more what God has given us? We see Abraham as a man who was willing to act. When God promised Abraham nations, Abraham did not sit down to wait for the blessings to come. He did not start praying for God's word to be fulfilled. He was on his feet, he walked where God led him, endured and kept trusting God until the end. The mistake we commit today is that we expect prayer and belief alone to answer all the problems of humanity. We pray for God to bring nations to us in our homes. It will never happen this way. A price has to be paid. One has to walk out of his comfort zone. Someone has to sacrifice family time, pleasure, forego fun and believe God for the deliverance of nations. Some people have to be cut off from our lives in order for us to start that movement. We must set ourselves apart from those who are not going our way. Negative people and naysayers do not deserve any place in your life. They will only keep you from achieving your goal. Just like Abraham did, there has to be a time of relocation, believing that the end will be worth the sacrifice. At some point in my life, I had to find out who I was. Despite the fact that I was a pastor already, I needed to know what on earth I was created for. I locked myself up in a room for 7 days. No family, no friends, no food. Just alone, with a bottle of water. By the time this was over, I not only had a definite answer, but got to know what I will exactly do for the rest of my life. The advantage of separating yourself lies in the magnitude of the results. Your life will be propelled, because all distractors have been done away with. Maybe you would also like to take time alone and think deeply about this. How is it possible to be like Abraham? What can I do to get the results he got? There is power in solitude. It is better to go far alone with God, than have people around you who take you nowhere. Nations are waiting. Unfortunately, in our churches today, we are only taught to take note of Abraham's faith. The story is being narrated with no practical call to imitate the faith of Abraham. Our faith should grow, not just our knowledge. The lesson should be for us to apply that faith in our lives, and emulate Abraham. There's need for an Abraham, to not only believe in the best that can be, but make it happen. The world is waiting for Abrahams to rise up and take their position. Nations are being shaken, scrambles and wrangles every corner. Fighting, terrorism, poverty. People are crying for change, the children of the world are crying. Who will come to their rescue? Who will advocate for peace? Who will stand in the gap and become the voice of the voiceless? An Abraham is needed. Politics are becoming dirtier and dirtier with the dawning of each day. Empty promising is the other of the day and under-delivery the best the citizens get. The people are not satisfied. Everyone is whining and complaining, yet no one is standing up to bring the change they so desire. An Abraham is needed. The values of the society are diminishing as the years go by. Respect and honor are becoming history and morality is being deemed uncivilization. Our generation is completely lost. Our children lack a sense of direction. Our sons want to marry their brothers and our daughters intend to marry themselves and toys. It is a totally fallen world. Who will come to its rescue? Will you be among them? I chose to be among them. It was not by power, neither was it by might. It was only one ingredient that Abraham qualified to be the father of all nations. He used his faith the right way. His faith was not for a show, no. His faith was deep and real. He did not profess it, he acted it. He lived it out. We all have a seed of faith in us. You have a seed of faith in you. If well channeled, becoming the Abraham of your nation is but a mandatory thing, because you believe. Could you be the Abraham of your nation? I know that I am the Abraham of not only one nation, but many. Will you join me? If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, "Move from here to there," and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. Jesus. What Jesus is saying is that even if you have the faith a little as a mustard seed, only what you direct your faith to matters. Nothing will be impossible for you. Becoming the Abraham of your nation will not be impossible for you. Subduing nations will not be impossible for you. Whole nations could come to salvation, cities and countries. Kingdoms could be brought back to the feet of the Master. Nothing, absolutely nothing will be impossible. If you believe this, then you can do it. May a seed of faith be sown in your heart that you will dare to believe. In the next chapter, we'll look at the paramount lesson that the story of Abraham and his faith gives us, and how we can use that in our journey of being the Abrahams of our nations. Golden Truths. 1. To be a father of nations like Abraham, one must first believe. 2. We are heirs of Abraham and nations will be blessed through us. 3. If faith is worth choosing at all, it is only worth choosing for something of everlasting value. 4. Prayer and belief alone will not solve problems, we must do something. 5. To subdue nations, a price has to be paid. 6. There is a cause for an Abraham to rise up and save the nations. 7. The size of our faith does not matter, but what we direct it to. 8. With faith, nothing is impossible. Chapter 2. A solemn lesson. From Abraham. Stories. Transform. Hen kids are growing up. Most parents use stories to teach their children moral lessons. This is actually one of the ways that values are instilled into them. I believe that it is not only children, but every other person takes and understands ideas well when in the form of stories. We remember stories more than we remember lecturers. It is a habit of my life that after giving a training or teaching, I ask some of the listeners to share what they have learned. It does not end here. I go ahead and ask them what they will do with what they just said they've learned. To many, this could be a mere waste of time or irrelevant. I also encourage them to take notes, because they can easily refer in future when all the information is out of memory. This has helped many, and I have personally gained more from this habit. Not only do I want to teach, but I want to see the results of my teaching. When a student joins the university, he is expected to graduate after a couple of years. Though a few don't end up in their fields of study, it is expected that they practice what they were trained for. If a trained medical student cannot attend to a patient, then the 7 years of training went to waste. The same applies to every area of our lives. In her TED Talk on the danger of a single story, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie illustrates how powerful stories can be. Having read books that major characters were foreign, she believed that all books should have foreign characters in them. It was until she read books by African authors that she got a shift. She believed that even her, a black woman, could have her own story. Chimamanda shares that her mother told her how poor their domestic helper was. She even used that to threaten her to finish her food. So she had pity on the helper and his family, until she visited their home. To her surprise, the mother was a wonderful weaver and she liked her work. Stories are powerful. If taken to heart, a story is enough to shape our lives. It is therefore not enough to just listen to a story. It is not enough to just read and be excited or entertained. Look out for lessons. Find out something that can benefit you. As you read this book, what are you getting? What is coming to your mind? Are you noting your lessons down? At this point, I would like you to pause and write down what you have taken in. What is your call to action? Only those who take the challenge of putting to task what they learn go ahead in life. Getting moved and compassioned by stories should drive us to do something. Many people listen for listening's sake. Others read for the sake of reading, nothing more. Though stories are found entertaining, the listeners should always be programmed to find a moral lesson from it. It is a waste of time to spend time listening to it or reading something without getting anything from it. Stories transform, if the lessons from it are actualized. The story of Abraham can transform. As mentioned in the previous chapter, it is not just a recorded history. His life was an example for us to follow. His faith was a blueprint that we need to implement in our lives. In every story, there is always a moral to it. The moral is the lesson. The stories we read should stimulate our imaginations. They should open new worlds for us. As we apply the lessons in our lives, we get transformed. The story of Abraham is no exception. The solemn lesson. The story of Abraham opens up a whole world of possibilities for us as individuals and for every nation under the sun. It gives an understanding that age is not a factor to attaining significance. It opens our mind to the fact that if we have faith, we can go a long way. Not only are we children of God, but also inheritors of the promise He gave to Abraham. As written in the Holy Scriptures, even as Abraham believed God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know you therefore that they which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham. And the Scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, In thee shall all nations be blessed. So then they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Galatians chapter 3 verses 6–9. A paramount truth from the above scripture is that the Almighty God is opening the eyes of every person everywhere to see the possibility of bringing salvation to all nations, cities and countries. Like Abraham, nations shall be blessed in us. Nations will be blessed by our ideas, our inventions, our contributions to the needs of the society. This is a very, very significant truth that we must pay attention to. I'm not sure you see what I am trying to point out yet. Prior to the coming of the missionaries in Africa, the infrastructure was unimaginable. There were only crooked paths, rivers and the slave routes. It is also worth mentioning that there were no schools either. You can only imagine how that looked like. It is thanks to the missionaries that things got better, and are easier right now. Most of the founding fathers of our continents are beneficiaries of missionary education. Still to date, their impact cannot be overemphasized. Through them, we get a practical example of how we can all be a blessing to nations, like Abraham was. They did not only preach the gospel, they made lives better. They changed destinies. They choose to be the Abrahams of Africa. The lesson we get here is that we as the children of Abraham have been given the capacity to influence the world around us. We have no business being useless, living meaningless lives. There is no room for idleness, we have a whole world of possibilities. We don't have any business trying to say we can't find ourselves, we don't have any business being careless or being carefree, or not having anything to do. We have a whole world of possibilities that is open before us now through the example of Abraham. Dear reader, God is challenging us to take over nations, God is challenging us to take over spheres of life, God is challenging us to take over countries, God is challenging us to take over cities. How can we possibly say that we don't have anything to do? How are others even depressed? How is it possible that people lack what to do? I have work to do. I have to believe God. I am stretching myself. I can do it. The possibility is that every nation on earth has the chance of experiencing salvation. All that is needed is the channel through which it would come. Just like the missionaries introduced the gospel to us, we can do a lot more. We must avail ourselves. Everything has been made easier for us today, with the social media platform and an all-time connectivity. If the missionaries did something in the earlier days with the absence of the Internet, how much more now? It is a paradox that the availability of everything to people's disposal has made life more difficult. Instead of maximizing every opportunity, People are sitting and hoping for even easier ways. Ours is a generation that doesn't want to get its hands dirty. Results are desired but no work is being done. Believing that you are not one of those, it is time to wake up. Time stand up for something. It is time for you to start something new to bring a change. It is time for us set forth like Abraham into the journey of becoming fathers and mothers of nations. Don't doubt how possible that could be, but ask yourself, why not? If you believe, you will receive. Impossible is nothing. I believe it for Ukraine, I believe it for Nigeria, I believe it for Africa. I believe it for the whole world. I believe that we have been called to subdue nations. All of us have been given faith, and now is the hour for our faith to be exercised. Now is the time. What we have learned from the example of Abraham is that every nation could experience redemption just as individuals do. More than a story. The purpose of this story of Abraham, the reason why God had to put it in the Bible, is not just for us to know it is a story. I also don't think that God documented Abraham's feat only for us as ordinary mortals to simply admire and sing praises of how great Abraham was. Yes, on one hand we can clearly see what Abraham became, but even more importantly, we are all supposed to see how great we could become as we follow the footsteps of Abraham. Interestingly, we even have songs dedicated to the greatness of Abraham, but that is not the point. God wants us to be the Abrahams. It is for us to discover the Abraham in ourselves. More importantly, we are all supposed to see how great we could also become by following the footsteps of Abraham. Please remember this lesson. Resolve. Smallness is not your destiny. Littleness is not what you are called for. It should not be a part of our lives. No. Depart from mediocrity. The target God is giving us is starting from the level of Abraham. Our starting point should be the level of Abraham. Even if we fail, God forbid, even if we don't turn out to be the fathers of nations, we should at least be significant enough over our nations, cities, and any other sphere of our life. That is the target God is setting for you. Do you believe it? That is your beginning stage. So there should be nothing small in your destiny anymore. Everything has to be at that level set by Abraham, and to that degree. Greatness belongs to us. Why settle for less? I have resolved to go for it. I refuse settle for nothing less. History must be made by me. What about you? If that is your decision too, then make the below declaration. I am a descendant of Abraham. Through me nations will be blessed. From this day henceforth, greatness will be a part of me. I refuse to lead a mediocre life. I refuse to live in fear and denial. I can, and I will take what has been given to me by all might. Lives will become better because I am living. I dedicate myself to replicating that which I inherited from Abraham. So help me God, as I will to serve and give back to nations. Believe and act. Abraham teaches us the importance of accompanying our faith with works. If we have the faith that we could be the Abrahams of our nations, we must do something in that line to bring it to pass. Believing in a better world, nation, city or even family, calls out for our action to bring it to pass. So Abram went, as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. Genesis chapter 12 verse 4. Abraham was 75 years old, and he set out for the journey God had called him. I don't know if you have heard this, but people have so many lame excuses for not doing what they ought to do. Sometimes people even blame their government for personal failure. Others are waiting for things to get better before they can act. Funny how we are always full of excuses. How many opportunities have we missed? How many times have we looked for a cover-up to our inaction? I am too old. I am not good enough. I have nothing to begin with. I am not educated enough. I come from a poor family. The list is endless. Excuses. Abraham would have a very good and logical excuse to give because of his age, but he didn't allow his age to limit the blessings he was going to receive. Abraham did not allow his age to be a barrier against his becoming the father of many generations. He saw the future, and his current condition was not going to stop him. Our situations must never become limitations to our greatness. Believe in the possibilities and act. A joke was cracked of an old woman, who was given the responsibility to look after her granddaughter for some hours as the parents run errands. In disbelief, she asked, "How will I watch over the kid? Can't you see that I am old, that I don't even have teeth?" On a lighter note, the son responded, "Mum, we are not asking you to bite the kid, just watch after her." Funny, right? This is exactly what we do. Giving irrelevant excuses for our inaction. Abraham, however, is teaching us not to be excuse givers but people of action. No excuses. What have you been giving excuses for? What is keeping you from becoming the Abraham of your nation? Is it your financial condition, social status, or fear of the unknown? What is it? Many of the people I have encountered are always giving me the excuse of, "I have no money." Well, if I was to use the fact that I came from a poor family to determine where I would be in life, then this book would not have been written. Thousands of lives would not have been saved, and Sunday Adelaja would be a nobody in the society. We are all a product of our actions or excuses. We either give forth results or more excuses. Unfortunately, only the results count. Excuses don't. Never will an excuse get you anywhere. In fact, the best way to remain where you are is to find as many excuses as you can, explaining your condition. I will repeat here that it is not where we come from, neither is it where we are now, but where we want to be. The past and the present should only be used as catalysts to a better tomorrow, and not as inhibitors. The only thing keeping us from moving forward is our own selves. We are our own worst enemies. We hinder our own progress. As for financial stability, the good news is that nobody needs finances to become the Abraham of their nation. Not at all. All you need is faith, and actions to back up your faith. Do you have an idea of what you think could bring change? Share it out. Let people know. Someone could be interested in the same and help bring it to pass. Never ever settle for excuses. If you have seen it in your mind, you can bring it to pass. If you believe and take action, nothing can stop you. Abraham believed, remember, and it was counted to him as righteousness. Fear not. Known as the kings of the jungle, lions are one of the most feared animals. The roar of a lion alone is enough to instill freezing fear. The lion is strong, fierce. It can devour and tear one into unrecognizable pieces. In fact, no animal can dare a lion, let alone a human being. It is however noted that if you boldly walk towards a lion, it walk past you. Unbelievable. I can only imagine this. If, however, you see a lion and start running away in fear, the lion will run after you. The end is sure. It will kill you. Fear can take the place of a lion in our lives. Fear has killed more dreams than we can imagine. The fear of the unknown can keep us from doing what we are called for. But like the lion's case, walking towards our fears makes us see that there was nothing to fear at all. Confront the fear in you and take control of your life. If Abraham allowed the fear of unknown to engulf him, we probably would have no great story to talk about today. What do I mean by fear of the unknown? In Abraham's case, he didn't even have an idea of where God was taking him. The fear of whether or not he would make it there alone was enough to stop him. The fear of God's promise of becoming a father of nations coming to pass, since he was too old to reproduce, could have given him enough doubts to stay back. Abraham had nothing to fear. Maybe you are afraid of what will become of you when you stand up for change. You are afraid of what people will think or say about you when you decide to be different and refuse to settle for less. What are your fears? What is keeping you from speaking out? What is stopping you? Is it the fear of failure or the fear of taking risks? Until you overcome all your fears, it will be difficult to accomplish much. In your journey towards becoming the Abraham of your nation, fear must be buried in the grave of history. Do not allow fear to keep you from changing your world. Go for it. Fight for it. Focus on the end result, a father of many nations. All other distractions are there to shake your faith, but refuse to give in. Have Abraham in picture, fear not. For I am the Lord, your God, who takes hold of your right hand and says to you, do not fear. I will help you. Isaiah chapter 41 verse 13. If I told you that it is an easy step to take, I will be lying. However, I can confidently say after my 30 years' experience in ministry that fear changes nothing. Fear only keeps us in bondage. Those who are afraid do not achieve anything tangible. Until you kill fear, nothing new will appear in your life. It is impossible to subdue nations with fear. It is my prayer that you will not be tied down by fear. Be bold enough to stand up for transformation in every aspect of your life. Personally, I have even had my life threatened. I have been accused and persecuted. These, however, are just stepping stones for me. Never have I allowed any setback to instill fear in me. My generation needs me. The generations to come need me. I cannot afford to be deceived by fear. I have chosen to be a gift to my generation, and fear is too small to settle for. The scripture says that God will be with you. Fear not. He will help you. He will guide you. It is natural to be fearful of what comes next. The fear of the unknown. But the good news is that God is there to help you. He has given you the nations for your inheritance and His support. What else is there to ask for? Everything that you are afraid of only enslaves you. A woman was found crying to herself. When asked what the matter was, she said she was afraid. What was she afraid of? She was afraid that one day she would deliver a child and the child could be knocked down by a car and eventually die. She was bitter, imagining how it would have been like losing a beloved child after all the struggle of bearing and upbringing. She didn't have the child yet, neither was she pregnant, but her imaginations alone were enough to break her down. It is a high time to stop speculating on what will go wrong when we decide to take the challenge of saving our nations. Instead, go ahead and do something. What fear does is that, it magnifies what is not. 99% of our fears do not happen. With this in mind, be that gift to your generation. March forward, set a new standard, change destinies, influence a sphere. Fear not. Pay the price. Imagine a parent who is not committed to the welfare of his children. It will not be surprising to find them begging on the streets. If the parent doesn't pay the price of bringing up the children in the right way, then he or she should be expectant to house thieves, drunkards and all manner of children. Failure to pay the price costs a bigger price in the long run. It is the same thing in marriage, career or even education. Nothing much can be achieved without paying the price. After all is said and done, it is how much we put in that we get out. Another paramount lesson for us is that Abraham did not only demonstrate faith to us, he also taught us on the need to sacrifice. Sacrifice here could be in many ways, without which becoming the Abraham of your nation is impossible. A price has to be paid for the blessing of nations. For change and transformation, one has to walk out of his comfort zone and give up something. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Gen 22:2. God had promised Abraham many nations. He promised to multiply Abraham's generation beyond number, as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. The irony, however, is, God asked Abraham to offer his only son as a sacrifice. I don't know what is going on in your mind, but it is normal to question this. Sacrifice? My only son? How will my generation multiply? These and many more could be the questions we expect a normal person to ask, but Abraham did not. To become the promised father of many nations, he was willing to sacrifice his own son. Please note this. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. 10 Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. Gen 12-9. To become the Abraham of your nation, sacrifice is inevitable. You will be forced to get out of your comfort zone and do something. You will be forced to compromise on some of your priorities. You must be willing to be hurt, and even suffer pain, for the sake of your nation, city, country, society and family. Abraham was willing to give his only son. We must be willing to give all we have in order to see the best in our nations. Opposition, rebellion and rejection, are also some of the prices you will have to pay. You will sacrifice your joy. Pleasure and fun will be new vocabularies. It will not be smooth, but the end result is nothing to compare with the difficulties along the way. As a student in the university, I made a decision to give my studies the best I could. Having tasted poverty, I decided to be the Abraham of my family and lead them out of poverty. I settled for no average results, and this did not come just like that. I sacrificed 6 more hours in addition to the university program, just to succeed. The bottom line is that the sacrifice was worth it. I did not only achieve excellent results, but broke a record that will go down the memory lane. This did not end there. It was the beginning point of subduing nations for me. Sacrifice. What is preventing you from becoming the Abraham of your nation? A price has to be paid. Just like Abraham was willing to let go of his son, you must be willing to let go of what you deem important in order to achieve what Abraham did. Without sacrifice, it is impossible to subdue nations. The chosen one. Therefore, reader, it is important to take the lessons Abraham demonstrated to us. His story is not only to be foretold, it should be lived. God wants us to learn from Abraham how we can become the fathers of nations. He desires that we imitate Abraham. There are no chosen few in our societies, we all qualify. You qualify, I qualify. What is holding you back? Greatness, and only greatness, is our portion as heirs of Abraham. It is not enough to admire him as our father of faith, we must follow his footsteps to realize what he did, and even more. A point to take to heart and remember is, just like Abraham, we are capable too. If we believe and walk in faith, if we are willing to pay the price, nations will listen to us. Lives will be transformed and the world will become a better place for humanity. It is possible. We are the chosen ones. You may wonder how it was possible for Abraham to make it and doubt your capability. The truth is that Abraham was not any special. He was a mere man like you and I. He believed, he exercised his faith and made history. We can do the same. What is it that you would like to see change in your area? I want you to take a minute now and envisage it. Can you imagine how better things would be if a step was taken to realize it? Now take your pen and write it down. Put down your thoughts on what you think should become. How will it be done? Note that too. Remember, if you can imagine it, you can create it. Abraham did it. We know it is possible. Now let's see the world of possibilities that Abraham's story brings to us in the next chapter. Golden Truths. 1. God is opening the eyes of every person everywhere to see the possibility of bringing salvation to all nations. 2. Every nation could experience redemption, just as individuals do. 3. We are all supposed to see how great we could become as we follow the footsteps of Abraham. 4. The level of Abraham's greatness is our starting point. 5. Our situations must never become limitations to our greatness. 6. Without sacrifice, it is impossible to subdue nations. 7. Be willing to be hurt and suffer pain in the subduing of nations. Chapter 3. A world of possibilities. Desperate for change. Leaving the world a better place is a common term used by almost all of us. If asked what we would want to do before we die, many will answer that they would want to leave the world a better place. Vague as it is, this is an indicator that we are all desperate for change. We all hope for a better life, better nation and better world. Many people unfortunately desire to see change but are not ready for it. How do we tell one is ready for change? It is impossible to change a nation when we are not personally changed. Only those who have changed themselves are ready for changing the world. True and lasting change starts from within. It is an inside-out business. How desperate for change are you? Those desperate enough will seek after every possible opportunity for them to affect the change they want to see. Until we are desperate enough for change, nothing will make it happen. Our passion has to be so much that nothing can stop us from bettering our world. The truth of the matter is that there are very many opportunities surrounding us, a good platform for change. Our current position now is an opportunity in disguise for us to influence. All we need to do is look around us and see what is there for us to affect. Everything we don't like around us is a potential for us to change. It is only what we take as our responsibility that will at the end manifest. Of course, change doesn't happen overnight. It is a gradual process, yet still, it must be a conscious decision. Instruments of change. In the previous chapter, I highlighted that the story of Abraham opens up a whole world of possibilities for us as individuals and for every nation under the sun. The opportunity is that every nation on earth has the chance of experiencing salvation. Just as people receive redemption, so could nations. For decades, the country of Ukraine was in total darkness, resisting God. Being a Nigerian, it would be easy for me to close my eyes to this. However, I believe that God does not send us to any society for no reason. Ukraine to me became my second home, and I couldn't do anything better than give back to her. It is for this reason that our church spearheaded the national transformation that Ukraine experienced in 2004. The Orange Revolution was one of the most unique movements of the 21st century. As the Christians took an active civil stand, the people received freedom from slave mentality. We are called to establish peace, justice and freedom on earth. It is our call to influence all the spheres of life around us. We are the instruments of change that God will use to restore the nations of the earth. It is therefore every person's responsibility to influence the society around them. This is a kingdom mindset, that we are called to be the change in whatever society or country we find ourselves in. Whether or not we belong to the nation we are located, we are accountable for its change and thus transformation. Many foreigners think that whatever happens in their countries of residence is none of their business. This is a very wrong and misplaced kind of thinking. As he said to Abraham, God made it clear that he would be a father of many nations and kings would descend from him. We are the kings and the descendants God promised to Abraham. If we believe what was promised to Abraham, then we should know that all nations belong to us. It is for us to touch the lives around us, whether or not we belong. I believed God for a revival in Ukraine. With my church members, we prayed to God for 11 years without ceasing. We prayed for the deliverance of the whole nation. We went for a 3 days fasting retreats each month, dedicating every sphere of influence to the hands of God. The results of the believers' prayers became evident. For the very first time in the history of Ukraine, a profound believer became the president of Ukraine. This was after the Orange Revolution in 2004 that was spearheaded by Christians and mostly the members of my church. This was indeed the first fruit of God's intervention in Ukraine, and it has never stopped. As I write this book today, Ukraine is being restored. Despite the internal and external conflicts, I see the hand of God in this land. God loves Ukraine, and He's bringing it to glory. My African origin did not prevent God from using me, because Ukraine belongs to me too. Having a 99% European congregation is another testifier that God truly needs us to do something wherever we are. Our origin has nothing to do with our capacity to influence. We are all potential instruments for change. Are you maximizing that potential? A call to national transformation. Expecting a bright future and better lives is impossible without the transformation of our nations. From the revival of Ukraine, it is clear that nations can be saved. Countries can be spiritually transformed. The politicians can be transformed. All the problems in our societies are openings to the possibilities for us to address. Pity alone is not enough. Feeling compassion for the suffering does not change their situation. It is taking an action to address the challenges facing humanity that brings about transformation. As partakers in the blessings of Abraham, it should pain us to see that the land we have inherited is not at peace. We should be concerned about the goodness and prosperity of what belongs to us. National transformation will not take place by our wishes to see a better country. It will only happen by the steps we take to realize the same. Some believers are very skeptical about those who take a civil stand in actualizing national transformation. The question is, who then do we want to leave the task to? If nations belong to us, why not take the ownership? It is quite unfortunate that the very people who want to see a better world are not taking any step to bring it to birth. The ticket to national transformation is playing a role to achieve it. For every pain, for every misgiving and injustice we have experienced, it is only a call for us to do something and effect changes in those areas. Transforming nations begins from an individual to society and then the whole country. Expecting transformation of the nation when the citizens are not transformed is no better than building castles in the air. Your personal transformation as a person is vital. The transformation of the environment and society at large cannot be overlooked either. The call to national transformation requires that the foundations be on the lead. Fathers and mothers of nations. By recording the story of Abraham, God is opening our eyes to the possibility of us becoming the fathers of many nations. That, like Abraham, there is a possibility of nations being blessed and transformed through us. There is a possibility that lives could be inspired and transformed by us. A whole world of possibilities. A whole world of chances. A whole world of prospects. A whole world of hope. Accepting the call to be the Abraham of one's nation is to basically take responsibility for its affair. To live only for ourselves is selfish. God did not send us solely for the people around us, but for the nations. God did not send us to just a few people, He sent us to the nations, and not just to our nation of birth or abode. God sent us to all the nations of the earth. Whether we accept it or not, the events of any nation of the world affect us, either directly or indirectly. With the knowledge that every part of the world is in our potential sphere of influence, we cannot afford to be oblivious to the wrangles and scrambles of any nation. A global man, or any serious believer in the God of the heaven and earth, ought to be concerned and be praying for the affected nations around the world. Every man and woman must agree and offer themselves to become the fathers of many nations, since that is what we have been called for. The offer is ours to accept. Anything less than that will disappoint God. Dear reader, do not regard yourself as an ordinary person, no. You and I are God's representatives here on earth. We are God's agents. We are responsible no matter where we find ourselves. I am an agent of God. If there is anything I can do, I have to do it. I am the father of many nations. You are a father or mother of many nations too. Let us accept this offer that God has given to us, to become the fathers and mothers of many nations. God is in us and with us. He has made everything possible for us. Our call is to accept and become responsible citizens of God. Like promised to Abraham, becoming fathers and mothers of many nations is a covenant between us and God. This covenant was initiated by Him. Our God is a covenant-keeping God. Let us do our best to keep our part of the covenant. Faith is power. The faith that has been given to us is not for our self-gratification. Our faith is not for a show-off. It is an opening door to many possibilities for us. Through Abraham, God is challenging us to harness the power of our faith. The power of faith gives us the ability to do things effectively. This means that by the power of faith we become effective people. The power of faith makes us do things not just anyhow, but effectively. Abraham was effective in his walk with God. He seized the opportunity and became a friend of God. He established a relationship with God, and followed His guidance closely. He had no time worrying about failure. He believed that with God, the goal would be achieved. We can do the same by the power of faith that has been bestowed upon us. Are you effective in what you do? Decide to give effective solutions to the problems facing humanity today. Remember that with faith, nothing is impossible. Before I go in depth into how Abraham's story opens a whole world of possibilities for us, let us first of all examine what I mean by the word possibility. A possibility is a thing that may happen or be the case. It is the likelihood of something to occur. It could be an option that may be chosen out of several other alternatives. According to the above definition, we note that Abraham gave us a hope that if we chose to live in faith like he did, we could do great exploits. I would like to state again that this is not how it has been taught to us. We hardly see the effects of the power of faith believers claim to have. Very few hardly examine the reason for God entrusting us with the power of faith, and how Abraham is a practical example for us. Through faith, it is possible that we can make things happen. We can believe God for anything, and it shall come to pass according to our faith. Abraham believed in God's promise of making him the father of many nations. He is now the progenitor of over 3 billion people. How was that made possible? His faith. It is this same faith that has been given to us. If taken by its magnitude, the same could become of us. Great exploits. We are called to be the fathers and mothers of all the nations of the earth. Will you take the challenge to exercise your faith? I take the challenge. The power of faith gives us the ability to produce an effect. The power of faith allows us to bring about the desired effect, movement, for which we can believe God for. As a man or woman of faith, you can stand up for change and do something to make it happen. All things become possible for us if we believe. It is a whole world of possibilities. If we exercise real faith, like Abraham did, we can move mountains. We can subdue nations. Systems will be created by us for transformation in our nations. Nothing, absolutely nothing, will be impossible for us if we decide to practice our faith. I'd like you to understand that without faith, it is impossible to achieve any great result. Without faith, we live mediocre, or even less than average lives. Faith is a very vital factor that cannot be ignored, if at all we want to be significant in our societies. When I say that faith opens a world of possibilities, I don't mean merely professed faith. No, faith in action. It is one thing to say I have faith, and totally a different thing to put my faith to work. What do you have to show for the faith you profess? It is no secret that the world is full of self-professed believers who assume they have faith. Not to mention that my own home country, Nigeria, is the home for some of the largest Christian gatherings in the world. Our fathers in the Lord did a great job and used the power of faith to set up these ministries and followership. Through faith they subdued the forces of evil that ruled over our continent for centuries. By the power of faith, these God's generals changed the whole spiritual landscape of Nigeria and Africa in general. But what are we doing with our faith today? Talking of Nigeria, Our fathers of faith brought about a huge change to the continent, yet they were not many in number. These tremendous spiritual transformation was actually brought about by just a few hundreds of people. Today, however, Nigeria has millions of professed Christians, yet I don't seem to see the same effect of their faith upon the social, economic and political landscape of Nigeria and Africa at large. It is quite unfortunate. It seems to me that the power of faith has suddenly been lost in our society. It seems to me that at best, if there is any power in faith whatsoever, then it has been confined only to the church and prayer grounds. This does not agree with the definition of faith Abraham demonstrated to us. Faith is a living, daring confidence in God's grace, so sure and certain that a man could stake his life on it 1,000 times. Martin Luther. When a nation loses or abandons her faith, and refuses to address the questions of social, economic and political decadence, the subsequent consequences will be that of national dissipation. Moral decay, social perversions, corruption, immorality and societal disintegration. Having been called to be the Abrahams of our nations, it is our responsibility to explore all the possibilities that have been laid put before us. The story of Abraham opens to us a whole world of possibilities. The possibility of transforming our nations, the possibility of effecting change, the possibility of impacting the spheres of life concerning us. What many of us do not see is the fact that every situation, problem, or pain in the society or nation is a possibility being created for us. Age doesn't count. Malala Yousafzai is a very good example of how faith opens up a world of possibilities for us, and how it can be used to bring about effect. Malala was born on 12 July 1997 in the Swat district of Pakistan's northwestern Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. She became an advocate for girls' education regardless of her age. This alone is an act of faith from a teenager. She believed that every child deserved education regardless of their gender. This was not the case in Pakistan, and she decided to bring about change. She was ready to lose her life but change the future of other young girls like her who desired education. She wanted to create possibilities for others. In October 2012, Malala was shot in the head by a Taliban gunman, because of what she stood for. She survived the attack, and this was an opening door to other possibilities for her. She ended up in the United Kingdom for treatment, and later studies. This did not end here. In 2013, Malala was named one of Time magazine's most influential people, was also awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. The same could be of you and me. If Malala was capable of achieving such a great feat, what about us? Malala chose to be the Abraham, the mother of her nation as far as girl-child education was concerned. She chose to be the Abraham of the sphere of education against all odds. Can we borrow a leaf from her? What do we do about the injustice going on around us? What do we do about corruption? Do we say something or become part of it? A challenge is being given to us. A possibility is being given to us, to use our faith to cause effect. To believe God for the change we want to see and walk into it by faith. It is possible. Do you think you are too young to take part in the deliverance of nations? Malala is a good example to learn from. It is also never too late for anyone to be active in national transformation. Age doesn't count. It is our readiness to go out and transform our world that matters the most. There is no defined age for changing the world. Each one of us has a seed to plant. When a new invention is made, people do not care to know how old the inventor is. We only enjoy what is at hand, and maybe a few will appreciate the mind behind it. When in the market, we only ask for the price of items or food. Nobody asks to know the age of the farmer. An attractive piece of art might interest a viewer to know the artist. Never have I seen the age of a person being questioned. In fact, it impresses masses to learn that age does not limit people to touch lives. Are you allowing your age to hold you back? Don't sit This is the best age for you to wake up and take your place in the society. Be the Malala of your community. Be the Abraham of your nation. You qualify. Possibilities. In the world of great men and women of our time, impossibilities do not exist. I read a quote that said, "Nothing is impossible, because the word itself says I'm possible." What a mindset. To those who believe, nothing shall be impossible. Nothing is impossible and nothing will be impossible. There is power in claiming this. There are only possibilities. Another possibility that Abraham's story makes us realize is that we can produce great results if we believe. It doesn't matter what sphere of life, but we can choose to be the agents of change wherever we are. Is it national transformation? Is it economic regeneration or socio-economic recovery? It is possible. Dr. Dambisa Moyo is a young African lady influencing the world of economics. Coming from Africa, Zambia, she took it to herself to analyze the effects of foreign aid to Africa. Being an African, it is expected for her to be excited that at least aid is coming to the continent and saving lives. She did not mind sounding controversial, but shared her idea on a better way for Africa. As an economist, she is influencing her world. Due to her commitment to making Africa better and share her thinking with the world, she was rated as one of the most 100 influential people in the world by Times magazine. Do not wait to be in a particular place. Don't wait to be in a certain position. Don't even dream to have better resources before you can start. Do it where you are. Influence your world in your own unique way. You, dearest reader, can produce results wherever you want to. There is a whole world of possibilities around. That is, we have the ability to produce results economically. We have the capacity, through faith, to produce results for the transformation of our nations. Through the power of faith we have the ability to produce political results. By the power of faith we can produce scientific results. Anything we want to achieve, we only need to believe. Seeing problems in the leadership of our countries is an opening for us to do something. But most of us have resolved to whining and doing nothing. We are good at pointing fingers, but do nothing to affect change. Most Christians complain that the leaders are ungodly, but the same people avoid politics and even call it a dirty game. I am left to wonder, what is expected when the positions have been left open to the world? The possibility that our faith opens to us is that we can change our nations economically, morally and even socially. Being the Abrahams of our nations means subduing every aspect of our nation that is not in line and putting it back to line. The youths have lost a sense of direction. Who will be the Abraham to save them from the pits they are digging for themselves? I have heard the cliché, "God will help us," many times. Yes. The truth is that God will up us, but it doesn't stop at that. God needs to use someone for the help to come through. You see, another possibility, another opportunity. God needs someone to be the channel through which He will bring salvation to the whole earth. Will you be the one? Notice that even God cannot help a people or a nation who have refused to put their faith into operation in managing their national affairs. Abraham believed, and it was counted to him as righteousness. Will you believe? To believe God in your heart is not the same thing as putting into operation the power of active faith on a daily basis for national growth and development. After believing, do something. Start that movement. Teach the youth. Start a school. Take care of the orphans. Meet the needs of others. The list is endless. The aim is to act in the line of your faith. Maximize the possibility of you being the Abraham in that area of life. It is possible. Making history. Though many may claim to have used their faith positively to impact the lives of those around them, it is evident that most have limited the capacity of their influence. We live in a world where many are driven by self-satisfaction. It is always me, myself and I. Those who try further only reach out to their family members. What a life! I have never imagined living for myself. Living for oneself, or just for family, is a wasted life. You will be forgotten in no time. Living for others, however, is the life that will outlive you. Though gone, you will be remembered, your legacy will live on and on. Why do we remember Shakespeare? Why is Abraham Lincoln remembered? Why on earth do we talk of Martin Luther King? Why was Nelson Mandela a man spoken of by the whole world? Why are we talking about Abraham now? Why was Malala awarded a Nobel Peace Prize? Is it because the mentioned people took very good care of themselves and gave their families the best life? I don't think so. These were selfless people. Everything they did was driven by people. They lived not to enjoy their own lives, but so that others would live a better life. They added meaning to the lives of others, and we are beneficiaries of some. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Martin Luther King. God did not intend that we'll use our faith only for ourselves, but for everyone, for every nation. It is good to take care of our families, but this should not be the ultimate goal. There is a possibility of us reaching out to many. Thinking only about self is a very insignificant life to live. What will you be remembered for? If you ask yourself this question sincerely, and take time to get the answer of what you want to be remembered for, it will open a world of many possibilities to you, or at least one. Dare to ask, think about what you will be remembered for, dare to make it so and see what faith will do to you. A world of possibilities. How far our faith takes us will depend on how willing we are to allow it. How many nations we bring to the feet of the Master will depend on us. How significant we become to our society will be defined by how ready we are to explore the possibilities surrounding us. I don't know about you, but I decide to explore all the possibilities around me. I choose to see possibilities in every challenge facing the society today. I have decided to key into the world of possibilities Father Abraham taught to us. I choose to walk the road he walked, the walk of faith. Because of the world of possibilities made available to me, I dedicated myself to raising up worthy sons for God in all spheres of life: politics, finance, business, economy, media, education, sports, entertainment, art, etc. These people must, by the power of faith, bring back the glory of God. Reclaim the earth back to the Master, for his kingdom to come, for his will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. It is my belief that you too could use your faith for the good of your society, nation, and world at large. There is a whole world of possibilities for us, only if we take the decision to explore. It is my belief that this chapter helps you realize the world of possibilities around you, and walk by faith to realize them. For the maximum realization and success of the possibilities around us, there are principles without which our efforts will be in vain. In the next chapter, I will explore on the principle that Abraham applied in his walk of faith that made him such a great success. The same results can be realized by us if we believe. May you have the eyes to see the possibilities around you. May you grow in faith and believe in the possibility of you changing the world. May you see the possibility of you becoming an Abraham of your nation. Read along. Golden Truths. 1. Every nation on earth has the chance of experiencing salvation, just like people do. 2. Through faith, we can make things happen. The impossible is possible. 3. We have the capacity, through faith, to produce results for the transformation of our nations. 4. Through faith, we can achieve political results. 5. If we exercise real faith, like Abraham did, we can move mountains. 6. Being the Abrahams of our nations means subduing every aspect of our nation that is not in line and putting it back to line. Chapter 4. The principle that works. Playing by the rules. D.R. Ben Carson, world's renowned neurosurgeon and American politician, came from a very humble background. His parents divorced while he was still young. Having an undereducated mother, he was brought up in financial hardship. Carson's mother was very positive and greatly influenced his life. In his early school life, Carson's academic performance was poor. He was always at the bottom of the class, causing his peers to mock him. Knowing the pain of not having education, his mother ensured that Carson and his brother were educated. He restricted them from playing and watching the TV until they did their homework. She instructed him to read 2 books a week and write a report on the lessons they had learned. Gradually, Carson started developing his thinking and started believing in himself. His performance changed. He rose from the bottom of the class to the top. It did not end here. He went to the medical school, and even broke a record for successfully operating a conjoined twin. What made Carson's life make such a complete turn? Her mother played by the rule of the game. She understood that to succeed, his son needed to practice and pay the price. The more Carson read and practiced, the better he became. And this earned him the title of the world's best surgeon. It is evident that it became part of his life to work for excellence. If he did not continue with working on himself, he would be like any other surgeon. No matter how good one is, it is quite difficult to win any game without knowing the rules that govern it. There are do's and don'ts of every game that if not adhered to, the players are bound to lose. To successfully play the game, you must know the rules. Playing by the rules is a cliché known to any sportsman. A game has rules, and the rules must be abided to for any favorable outcome. Like any other game, life is governed by principles through which its success is made possible. A principle is a fundamental truth that serves as the foundation of any behavior or reasoning. Life is governed by principles. Those who do not abide by them have it rough and tough. The Bible is a book of principles. From it, we deduce the rules of life and other lessons like what we get from Abraham's story. God is so kind to humanity that he actually documented not just the story of what happened to Abraham, but more importantly the principle by which he was able to do what he did. Many are the times when we read the Bible or the stories of great men and only get the facts of what happened. We don't go further. We don't dig deeper to find out what principles made it possible. The truth is that behind every great story, there's a principle. Behind every success, behind every triumph, there is always a principle that aided it. In the previous chapter, I mentioned that the story of Abraham opens to us a whole world of possibilities. A possibility of us becoming great and doing exploits by faith. Knowing that, however, is not enough. We need to use the principle that works with what has been opened to us. We see great things happen around us and mere men like us breaking records. Does it happen by magic? Does greatness happen mysteriously? When you don't know the principle, you think it is a mystery, or a miracle, or others call it good luck. If it were a good luck, why doesn't it happen to those who are doing nothing? The problem that comes with mysteries is that we think only certain people, selected few, have the favor of God to accomplish and attain such fates as Abraham did. I challenge you therefore, dear reader, to always seek the principles behind every success story, be it in the Bible, or any great achievement of men. Unfortunately today, as I listen to my fellow colleagues, teachers, theologians, elucidate the scriptures, it is easy to remember the stories of what Abraham did rather than the principles he used in the process. This does not only pertain to the Abraham story. When most preachers speak on Jesus, Moses, Joseph, David, Peter, Paul, or any other biblical hero, what seems to come across is as if we simply need to know what they did and the processes and details of how everything happened. Rather than emphasizing on the principles, rules, algorithms and formulas behind each story and event. Principles don't lie. Just as logic will get you from A to B, applied principles lead to a definite result. When you get to know the principles, you learn that everyone can repeat the principle. Principles work like the alphabets work. For instance, anybody could study English, just for the purpose of learning the language. Anybody could speak and write it. Why? Because there are alphabets. As long as we have alphabets, anyone could just repeat it and learn the language. Any person who will be willing to pay the price and learn the language will definitely get it. This is the same way principles work. In the same line, God put the principle Abraham used in the Bible so that we could repeat what he did. 100 years ago, people used to think that drivers were made from heaven. They thought that doctors, teachers and other professionals were superpowers. When driving schools were started, it came to many as a revelation to note that anyone could do it. This was made possible because a formula was worked out, and anybody could learn it. Believe me or not, this is the same thing with the Bible. It is not just a mere storybook of great men and exploits, but a book of principles that I must follow. Once I follow the principles, I will be able to repeat the feats of every one of them. Principles do not lie. What is, and what is not is not. It is impossible to apply certain principles and obtain opposite results. Another example to live by is that of the late Dr. Miles Monroe. A friend and teacher of the Word, the late Monroe was an ambassador of kingdom principles. He influenced the world greatly by teaching on purpose. Years after his demise, Dr. Miles is still remembered for his contribution to the world. Coming from the Bahamas, his early life was not an interesting one. In other words, he was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This, however, did not limit the achievements he made. At teenage, he started reading the Bible, applying the rules therein. Being a black student, he underwent discrimination and racism, yet still he succeeded. Principles do not choose race or color. They work for everyone. In his life and ministry, Dr. Monroe encouraged people to die empty. He remarked that the grave is the richest place. Why is the grave the richest place? It is rich because of the great ideas that died without being harnessed. Because many are not ready to follow principles, they end up underperforming. Not only did Dr. Monroe emphasize on maximizing our potential, he undoubtedly died empty. Untimely as his death came, I can still say that he had given his all to the world. He had lived by the principles he preached, and the results confirmed that. Though he is gone, his legacy will still live on. That is the kind of life all of us ought to live. That is the legacy we should leave behind us. Looking at the life of the world's richest people, it will be evident that their lives are governed by principles that keep them where they are. This kind of success doesn't just come by. It requires commitment. It calls for definition of our life purpose and working towards its realization. An adage goes that nothing comes on a silver platter without working for it. This is true. Reaping and sowing. Principles work like seeds. Seeds put in will be the fruits brought forth. There is no other shortcut. You will not bear the results of principles you have not put to practice. Each tree is recognized by its own fruit. People do not pick figs from thorn bushes, or grapes from briars. Luke chapter 6 verse 44. The above scripture is a very good explanation that we cannot reap what we have not sown. Just like a mango tree doesn't bring forth onions, unapplied principles bring no result. It goes on further to explain that men too are known by their fruits. Literally, men do not bear fruits, but the results of our actions can be called fruits. It is in this sense that Jesus said the good man out of the good treasure of his heart brings forth what is good, and the evil man out of the evil treasure brings forth what is evil. For his mouth speaks from that which fills his heart. It is clear that we only give what we have. For any principle to work in our lives, we must be doing something in effect. A person who dreams of becoming a millionaire yet saves no cent will definitely never achieve his dream, not unless he wins a jackpot. Calling for change in our countries too requires that we put some principles to effect. Otherwise, all our dreams and ambition will be in vain. To improve our lives, for instance, we must plant the seed of personal development. To see change, we must plant the seed of working for it. Do we desire good governance in our nations? Then we must sow a seed of commitment to realizing it. Nothing will just happen from the blues. There will be no miracle either. To reap, we must sow. In our societies today, people are running for shortcuts. Many are rushing for quick fixes. When others are busy changing lives with ideas, some are praying for miracles to happen. It is a sad reality. The best question to ask ourselves whenever we are not content with the state of our nation is, what seed am I sowing to make the situation better? If you are not doing anything about it, then you are also contributing to the current situation. To see change, therefore, we must partake in the change-making process. Otherwise, we are mere whiners and noisemakers. Being passionate about building leaders, I started a history makers training. This is a training attended by people from all walks of life. These are people who want to do something and leave a mark in their world. They are planting a seed in training, and will reap results. We must be ready to do what it takes to get where we desire. The surest way to attaining success is planting principles of success. Pay attention. It is naive to think that change and national transformation can take place without any guiding principles. Without limiting my scope to Abraham only, note that there are always principles to be derived from any teaching or great story you listen to. Look for the principles that you could adopt to have that same result. This is a call to this new generation of believers to refocus on the way we expatiate on the Bible. The aim should be to make people reproduce what is being spoken of in the Bible. As a result of not paying attention to the principles used by great men, we have churches and nations filled with good Christian men and women who all know the stories of the Bible, but without the power. As a matter of fact, most of the world's renowned atheists and agnostics were raised up in churches. They remember the Bible stories from their Sunday schools, but because they were not exposed to the power behind these stories, they grew up to become enemies of the faith of their fathers. What is even worse than that, is the fact that majority of people who did not become atheists or agnostics, those who profess to be Christians and go to Sunday services religiously, might themselves simply know the stories of the Bible, without the exploits. They have become mere orators of greatness. No practicality in their beliefs. These are the type who can quote scriptures from the Genesis to Revelation, but do not live in the given principles. They can even quote a scripture to support their ignorance. Their faith is just of confession, no results. Children of power, but no power in them. What do I mean by power? Power is the ability to make things happen or produce results. Power could also be the ability to produce an effect. Power is the ability, the capacity to act or do something effectively. By knowing the stories of great men, and by applying the principles they used, we gain power. We gain the power to produce results. If we follow the same principles they followed, we'll achieve the same results. Principles favor no man, they work for all, regardless of religion. If the believers have nothing to show for their belief, then the subject of their faith is questionable. The world today is filled with people full of knowledge but without skill. Everyone knows the story and all the unfolding events, but no one dares to ask how. Paying attention to how the great lead their lives, we will learn what they do different. This makes it easier for us. It is like they pave the way for us. But only if we are attentive enough. In my life, I have trained myself to pay attention to detail. I notice what an ordinary person will just pass by. No detail is too small to be ignored. If I meet a person on the streets, for instance, I will notice their shirt. I'll tell them if they have a unique style, or sense of fashion. Complimenting people on the least expected features is only possible if we pay attention to them. This is not flattering people around, but being honest about what you like in them. People want and appreciate to be noticed. It gives a sense of importance. You can even in their hearts to you. just by paying attention. We all have people we admire. Some are bold enough to speak out, others just keep it to themselves. If you admire someone, then pay attention to seek out what makes them admirable. If you learn that they are applying certain principles, learn them too. I love it when my mentees ask questions on how I plan my life. Just because they have paid attention to this fact of my life, I am ready to share out my life with them. Through this, they learn and apply the same in their lives. The results are inevitable. Pay attention to people's uniqueness. Ask questions. You will learn more. Learn from history. History matters. It is a profound thing to know where one is coming from in order to analyze the destination's worth. Those who do not know history or ignore it, become the victims of it. Noteworthy, it is not enough to only know one's history but to also learn from it. If for instance one doesn't learn from their past mistakes, they will keep making the same error. As the adage goes, history repeats itself. The Holy Scripture also was given to us not just to know about what happened or how they happened. Even more importantly, we are to discover the principles behind the happenings. When we read our Bibles regularly in the comfort of our homes, we are not supposed to do this simply as a religious practice or dogma. Most of us already know the stories. That is not why we read the scriptures on daily basis. The real reason why we read the scriptures on regular basis is to derive more and more secrets behind each manifestation, with the intent of reproducing them. If you read the scriptures, yet remain where you are, then you are missing out on the most important aspect of the exercise. If you go to church regularly, listen to sermons, quote the scriptures and yet don't come out to perform similar feats, it means you have lost out on the purpose of the exercise. The Bible has the power to transform, if we let it. Unfortunately, people have chosen to be religious and put aside the kingdom principles. In the history of the early church, we read how the apostles did great work. It was a result of their faith. They healed the sick. They won souls for Christ. They taught on the Word of God. They were all over spreading the good news. They never stayed in one confined room to preach to themselves, day in day out. It is a history we can learn from. It seems, however, we have chosen to forget. We have refused to derive lessons to lead the Christians of today. History has it that the early church showed its faith with works. Today, we want to show our faith with words. We are not ready for the truth yet. We are not ready to pay the price. Unlike the apostles who were imprisoned for their faith, we are playing it cool. It even becomes difficult to tell believers from non-believers. Surprisingly, non-believers have more results to show for their work. Believers are serving non-believers. Why are we allowing this? The heads have comfortably settled for the tails position. My friend, faith without action is dead. Learning and having no results is not better than not learning. Learn from history. Learn from history makers. You will go far. Remember this, dear reader. The purpose of the Bible is for us to reproduce the same results. You and I, therefore, must see the Bible as a book of formulas and principles. Rather than just knowing the story, we should seek the power to make the same happen. For every problem, for every challenge, here is a formula in the Bible. The early church used it and got results. We can also get results if we engage the principles therein. The principle. In science, most of the laws and rules are based on principles. They do not work if the principle is not applied. Take Newton's laws of motion, for instance. A body remains in its state of rest or uniform motion until acted upon by an external force. What does this mean? Nothing changes until a force is applied. If you are driving at a speed of 80 km/h, you will stay at that speed until you accelerate or decelerate. If you want to get to a place, you must rise up and walk to that place. It is just a principle. For motion to take place, an external force must be applied. For us to get anywhere in life, an external force must be applied. What made it possible for God to bless nations through Abraham? What principle did Abraham use? Even as Abraham believed God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. Know you therefore that they which are of faith, the same are the children of Abraham. And the Scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, In thee shall all nations be blessed. So then they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Galatians chapter 3 verses 6–9. Was it hard work that qualified Abraham to be the father of many nations? It was because of his faith, as evident in the above scripture. Hard work is very essential, it pays as the adage goes. But without faith, then hard work is fruitless. This is the principle that Abraham used. It was the same Abraham's faith that we inherited as his children. To inherit the faith of Abraham is not only by mere words. It must be followed by work. It is impossible for us to only have faith that our nations will be transformed then sit down and wait for it to happen. In his walk with God, we see that Abraham did not have blind faith, but a very practical one. He believed God, and obeyed, trusting that all will be as God had promised. Many have seen the vices in the society. We are aware of the spheres of life that need our influence. Many believe that things will become better. But what is the need of faith when it is not being applied to make the change happen? Our faith ought to be exercised. Like Abraham, God is calling all of us to be the fathers of nations. Like Abraham, nations should be blessed through us. And that is why the principle of faith cannot be denied here. The faith of Abraham was so powerful that logic cannot comprehend. It is this kind of faith that we inherited. It is very easy to see ourselves as incapable of impacting our world. We see ourselves as powerless and voiceless. This is abusing God's kindness to us. It is indirectly rejecting the power that was freely given to us. Many do not believe in themselves. Many have ideas on how to change their nations, on what should be done and even how it should be done, but they choose to keep their mouths shut. They wait for the government to do it. Abraham, just like us today, was no special man, neither is it God's criteria to use some special person to effect change. All of us are capable, and following the principle Abraham did will enable us. We only need to have faith, and put it to action. Like I said in the previous chapter, to believe God in your heart is not the same thing as putting into operation the power of active faith on a daily basis for national growth and development. We must make a choice to use the principle of faith to make the world a better place for humanity. It will be sad and terrible if we leave this earth, without any positive impact to humanity. It is fatal for us to leave no legacy behind. That is why I believe that your picking this book was not by chance. The whole world is waiting for you. The whole world is waiting for you to exercise your faith on matters of national transformation. The whole world is waiting for you to do something as far as her economies is concerned. The whole world is waiting for you to speak to the youths and make them the better leaders of tomorrow. If you don't do it, no one else will. The faith has been given to you, it is up to you to exercise it. The ball is now on your court. What do you decide to do? Remember, the whole world is waiting for an Abraham, the whole world is waiting for you. Golden Truths. 1. There's a principle behind every great story. 2. It is not enough to know a story. Seek the principles behind every great story. 3. Principles work like alphabets. 4. Nothing happens by magic or good luck. 5. Without faith, then hard work is fruitless. Chapter 5. Faith. The secret to greatness. Possible impossibilities. As you might have noted in the previous chapters, I never ceased emphasizing on the importance of faith. Without faith, subduing nations, changing the world, are just but mere dreams. In every sphere of life, The beginning of an invention is always the most difficult part of it. Starting from scratch takes sweat, determination and a lot of hard work. It is the pace setters that face the most difficulty, you will agree with me. After it is done, it becomes easier for others. Do you know what? Abraham saved us from all this, yes. Thanks to Abraham, the secret to greatness is now known to us. So, because Abraham discovered the secret, we only need to adopt it now. He helped us, really. And our walk of faith couldn't have been easier than this. Allow me, dear reader, to restate that when you go to church, don't just read the Bible and quote the scriptures, seek to find out the secrets behind the occurrences therein. One of the greatest lessons we could learn from Abraham is that he discovered a principle, secret, through which nations could be redeemed. What I mean is, one major lesson we could learn from the life of Abraham is that his relationship with God did not just stop at being a religious exercise as most of us often do. He derived insight from his relationship with God, which is what we are supposed to be doing today. Abraham took advantage of those secrets and insights he learned from his walk with God. Abraham put what he learned from God into practical terms. For him, nothing became impossible. For example, he discovered that God was a great God, and the next thing we see is that Abraham became exceedingly great. When he discovered that God was the Lord of the universe who owns heaven and earth, soon afterwards we could read that Abraham had established his own estate, whereby he had become wealthy in livestock, silver and in gold. When Abraham discovered the righteousness of God and his perfection, that became his goal and aspiration. Soon afterwards we could read about Abraham becoming the righteousness of God. A friend of God. It is said that no man is an island. We all have at least one friend in life. Someone we can count on. Someone we trust. A person we can run to when all hell breaks loose. A friend is someone who has proved himself worthy of our love. Someone who withstands the test of time. A person who will be there through thick and thin. Friends are ready to walk with us and support our call of purpose. We really need friends in life. Abraham was a friend of God. They walked together. Abraham was loyal. He did everything he was asked to do. He never doubted his friend, God. He trusted in him completely and in his ability to do what he had promised. Their friendship was one of a kind. It is amazing to learn that what happened with Abraham could happen with us too. We can befriend God that much. We can walk with him in every step we make. He can direct our paths. He can do all he promised to do in us through Abraham. The question, however, is, how can we possibly become friends of God? Is it really possible? What can qualify us? The answer is simple. It is possible. To qualify, we must do what he has called us to do. Take nations for our inheritance. By manifesting God's principles and subduing nations, we become one with him. Through us, his glory on earth is realized. This is the first step to becoming friends of God. We have heard his call. The time to respond is now. When Abraham found out that God is about relationships, he began to pursue him so much that God would soon brag on him that, "Behold Abraham my friend." The same should become of us. Not only should we know this intellectually, but practically walk with God. How would you like being called a friend of God? What an envious place to be. That is why I am writing this book. You indeed could become one. The key is, look for secrets and principles in the Bible instead of just reading the stories. As you come across the principles that led Abraham to inherit nations, live them out. As you follow and personalize these principles on yourself and in the society around, the results will gradually show. You must also have the faith that whatever God has put in your heart to do, he will see it to completion, so as long it is for his good and for the good of humankind. Faith. Most people are mistaken that faith is inborn. No one is born automatically believing. Faith comes by hearing. The more a person hears about something, the more it remains and the more they tend to incline to it. In the technology industry, we are most likely to purchase what others have praised. If a specific brand is being mentioned as reliable, we are most likely to go for it. We have faith in what is working. Having heard the story of Abraham and God's promise to us through him, our faith in him should be activated. Being the same to eternity, what he did for Abraham he can do for us, if we believe and act on our belief. The secret therefore to inherit and become a father of nations is faith. Believe it. Don't just hear it. Don't just admire someone else, take it. It is for you. God is thinking about you. He put it there for you. Believe him, and you'll produce the same result. Anything that you discover is therefore a pointer to you that you should know who God is to you, and a key to discover who you are supposed to be. If you discover that God is kind, it is not only for you to know who he is, but to also see who you are supposed to be. If God therefore is kind, you should realize that kindness should be your major concern. If you discover that God loves or God is love, it's not just for you to know it in the head and talk about it. It is because he is challenging you to become the epitome of this same love. Dear friend, if you hear that God is great, he desires for you to strive for greatness and nothing less. Each time we do not correspond to what we have discovered God to be, we are demoting him. Sadly, some, if not most of the Christians today are just religious. If at all we discovered God and demonstrated him, the world would not be the same we are seeing now. But we have not been taught right. As depicted in the scriptures, Abraham's life corresponded to what he believed God to be. Can you put that to be your own target from today? Whatever you discover God to be in the scripture, that is what you should strive to become. What I discover God to be, I become. Maybe you would like to repeat this over and over again. Whatever I discover God to be, I become. What a beautiful life that is. Let this be registered in your subconscious mind. Most of the people around me, including my wife, can testify to the fact that I endeavor to live what I am telling you about in this book. My wife actually confessed to me one day that had she not known some of my weaknesses, she would have thought I was a god in my own way. Why did she think like that? It is because I have the habit of becoming what I read from the scriptures. I not only claim it, but practically live it. That is the secret. Every quality of God I discover must become mine. Can you imagine you reflecting God this way? You will easily become a God carrier. This is how it should be. Abraham was very purposeful. He did not waste anything. He did not lose anything to chance. He did not let anything to bypass him at all. He converted everything for his good. His faith was evident in all aspects of his life. Now that you have known the secret to faith, what will you use it for? Sometimes I am left to wonder, where are the men and women of faith? To me, the power of faith has been lost completely in our society. From Abraham, we see that faith is truly a power. The question, however, is, if faith is a power, is that the power we see demonstrated on crusade grounds? If faith is power, are we talking about the power we see in the pulpit when the man of God is sweating profusely? Is faith what we see when people come forward to give their testimonies of victories, miracles and breakthroughs? Is this faith only for dancing and jumping in church? Is this faith only for emotional gratification? Is this faith only for personal fulfillment and extravagance? If that really is the power of faith, why is it limited to the four walls of the church or to the crusade grounds? Why can't we see the results of our faith? Could it be that the power of faith is incapable, ineffective at our workplace? Could it be that the power of faith becomes paralytic in dealing with social issues of the land? Is it true that faith can't work in politics? Is it true that faith is powerless when it comes to the matters of the economy? Is the power of faith helpless in the issues of corruption? If really faith is power, why is it not being applied in fixing our social economic ills? If really faith is power, why is it not being used to direct aright the path of our youths? If faith truly is power, What makes it helpless in dealing with issues of moral decadence in our society? If faith is power, where is that power in resolving all the national issues that we are facing as a nation? It doesn't really matter how many Christians, Muslims or people of faith there are in a given society. What matters is the ability of the people to put to work the power of their faith for desired effects in the country. That is, we could have a country full of believers, yet if these believers will not apply the principles of faith and the power of faith into every segment of that society, it will be as if they are in a country where there is no faith whatsoever. On the other hand, if a nation is only having 1% or 2% of believers who are actively involved in putting to work the principles and power of faith in their social, economic and political life, that nation will be much more superior to the other nations with all the believers, and yet with an active faith. Faith being the secret to greatness demands that we put it into action. The results will not be realized just by having the faith alone. God is very much interested in bringing deliverance to His people. God is interested in restoring nations, and a man of practical faith is needed. Dear friend, God wants to use you. He has chosen you to be the light that will shine into the darkness in the society. You have all you need, and this book was written to remind you this. Be bold enough to stand for a cause. Do not let fear rob you the nations that belong to you. Do not let timidity, public opinion, keep you from soaring to greater heights. Fear, timidity and the like only deprive faith of its power. Do not settle for this. Faith is very powerful, powerful enough that Jesus says even that as small as a mustard seed can literally move mountains. Faith is the secret to greatness. Faith is the secret to subduing nations. Faith is the secret to becoming the Abrahams of our nations. The faith I speak of here is a faith in action. I believe in the power of faith to change any situation, from personal to national. Faith cannot close its eyes to the ills in the society. Faith cannot keep quiet when the need demands for us to speak. Faith cannot be silent in the face of devastation. Faith will not be inactive when actions are demanded for. Faith is power. Faith acts, it produces results, it creates effect, and it acts effectively. Do you have faith? How will it be known? If you have faith, your behavior and way of life should tell that indeed you are a man of faith. What does a man of faith do? 1. A man of faith does not keep quiet when there is a demand for him to speak. It is this principle that will not allow me to buy into the stereotype that pastors and believers should never speak to the political situations of their nations. This is especially incomprehensible when a nation is at a crossroad. 2. A man of faith believes that the power of faith is capable of changing any situation, either political, social, ethnic, economic, etc. I cannot buy into the teaching that says once you are a pastor, you no longer have the right to speak about your beliefs and convictions regarding the situations in your country. I actually think this is a grand plan by Satan to eliminate men of virtue from playing a major role in the destiny of their nations. 3. A true man of faith will not hold back his wisdom and insight when his country desperately needs the voice of a deliverer, the voice of an Abraham. 4. A true man of faith will not allow the rules of men and the protocols of bureaucracy to deprive him the use of the divine power that has been entrusted into his hands. 5. When there is devastation in the land, be it economic, political or social, men of faith are supposed to stand up. Remember, power is the ability to produce effect. The people who truly possess the power of faith are never indifferent in the face of devastation. 6. Men who know and possess the genuine power of faith never remain inactive when actions are demanded for in their nations. 7. If faith is truly a power, if faith truly produces results, if faith is indeed effective, if faith really works, it would be absolutely impossible for someone to possess it and not get involved in everything where he could make a difference. Men of faith cannot be quiet or indifferent when the power in him can bring about a total change in the status quo. In order to achieve any greatness, we must be ready to face even the challenges that seem bigger than us. That's the essence of our faith. I hope that this message helps not only my nation Nigeria, but the whole world. It is my hope that you will also not be left behind. In the next chapters, we'll explore how to become men of exploits by putting our faith to work. Golden Truths. 1. Abraham discovered the secret to greatness, we only need to adopt it now. 2. Our relationship with God must not stop at being a religious exercise. 3. Practice what we have discovered God to be. 4. Our faith has to be evident in all aspects of our life. 5. Faith is the secret to inherit and become a father of nations. Chapter 6. A man of exploits. A man of exploits. When we hear about stories of great men and women of our time, we tend to imagine that they are the only ones capable. We hardly think that we could do the same too. Greatness lies in all of us. It is up to us to wake up the giants in us. Our way of teaching and narrating stories of greatness is in such a way that it is difficult to believe that the same could be realized by us. No one puts emphasis on the fact that if certain principles are applied, regardless of our age or status, results are inevitable. If this was so, then there would be no people full of doubts, because the power of the principles would become real in their lives. To become a man of exploits, one has to take a bold or daring feat. Abraham was a man of exploits. Becoming a father of many nations is an exploit. A challenge is being given to us now to take action and become men of exploits, great exploits. It is in the act of reproducing what we have learned from the story of Abraham that we'll do great things. It is actually a challenge to believe. And the challenge of believing is to stand in faith and keep on believing. Abraham already showed us how to do that, and you, my dearest reader, must do it. In so doing, you will see the same results Abraham saw without doubt. Abraham took huge steps, leaving his own home of 75 years to an unknown place. He was willing to sacrifice his only son. He was ready to walk day and night, he was willing to pay the price for the nations promised to him. To achieve greatness, to do exploits, we must be ready for the same. In our own journey of faith, in our journey of becoming the fathers of nations, we must be ready for changes. Be ready for challenges. Be ready for uncustomary instructions. Be ready to make unusual decisions. Be ready to obey God no matter what might come up. As a man of exploits, Abraham became the father of nations by faith. The nation that you are creating, that nations you are going to be a father of, are going to be created by faith. That nation has to be justified by faith. When I say faith, I mean your faith. Not just God, but your own faith. It is when your faith has done it that God does it. If you don't believe in the possibilities of their happenings, you will not achieve. As a father of many nations, as a man of exploits, you need to think global. Many are only concerned about what is directly affecting them, but that is a wrong understanding of it all. As a man of exploits, your scope, your scale, has to be God's scope. God is not only concerned about one nation, He is concerned about the whole earth and all that is in it. He is speaking global, and is entrusting the globe to us. Will you accept the challenge? How far you reach, remember, depends only on you. Our inaction to the challenges facing the society and nations at large is a lack of faith. God has given us all nations and we have to keep at that, nothing less. Failing to think globally is indirectly rejecting the authority given to us. A man of exploits thinks not only of his direct challenges. A man of exploits will think of how to reach the whole world. Unlike the days of Abraham, technology has even made it easier for us than never. The world is now a global village, and the only barriers to subduing the earth are the ones we set for ourselves. My challenge to you, reader, is to start thinking globally. Your location doesn't matter, it is where your focus is that matters most. Maybe you are in the diaspora and are wondering on how possible it is to do exploits in your mother country. Using Abraham, he had to leave his home country literally in order to become the father of many nations. If you are reading this book from the diaspora, then I have to congratulate you, because this is meant for you. But before I go further into telling you how you are a great potential for exploits, let me ask you a few questions. What is your plan? What do you want your nation, your motherland, to remember you for? Whether or not you are planning to go back home, the role you could play in national, social and economic transformations cannot be emphasized. If you believe this, you could become a driving force in rebuilding a new nation. There is a whole world of possibilities for you. I believe in the influence of the African diaspora on the continent, if only they choose to be the Abrahams of their nations and continent at large. Africa is in need of such men of exploits who'll sacrifice and bring her to glory. Why do I believe in the diaspora, you may be wondering. Having lived in the diaspora for almost 30 years, I can but say that the diaspora are a vital tool in the national development of any country. Why? 1. They are exposed. 2. Most of them are well read. 3. They have learned to live by the law of the nations they are in. 4. They are proactive and take initiative. 5. They have experience in cross-cultural interactions, which means they are more tolerant of other people. 6. Some of them speak foreign languages. 7. Most of them now know the value of hard work and money. The qualities named above are just but a few, and the truth is that if anyone believes this is true, then they could save their nations. Being in the diaspora is no excuse for not doing exploits in one's own nation. As a matter of fact, this is a great opportunity to be taken advantage of. Becoming a man of exploits, however, is not a bed of roses. It has never been, it never will be. Like I said earlier, sacrifices have to be made. A price has to be paid, risks have to be taken. Many have been overcome by the fear of all this, they have given in to despair and settles for less than they could achieve. I am not perfect. I am not so good at this and that are my weaknesses. Excuses never stop coming. Abraham inherited nations, yet just like us, he wasn't a perfect man. In spite of all the greatness of Abraham, he had failures. But God did not look at his failures to determine whether or not he'd become the father of nations. It is a different criteria altogether. Abraham had faith. He believed. This is what qualified him. Your qualification for God is not your perfection, no. Sometimes we miss it, whether we like it or not. We'll never be perfect anyway. Do your best, yes, pursue God, but when it comes to becoming father of nations, it is your faith that is going to be tried. You will be shaken, and the ability to be able to believe God is what is called for. Your belief in what He has promised you, that He is not a deceiver and will do what He said, is what will produce the Father of nations in you. Before God called you, He knew your weaknesses. He knew you were not perfect. If God used the criteria of perfection, not even Abraham would have made it. And thanks to Him, faith is the qualifier. Just believe and trust Him. Thank God Abraham was a man of action. When he discovered that nations could become righteous by faith, he took advantage of it. He decided to believe God for his own nation. Abraham stepped out by faith in a rather difficult circumstances. How could you become the father of nations when you could not even have a child? This was a daunting challenge before Abraham. Yet, he successfully confronted and surmounted the challenge. He believed until he saw the manifestation. He moved ahead to work and labor to create his own nation. Building economic power, sustainable wealth base, laying foundations for the next generations that he couldn't see. He stepped out by faith, changed locations, dug wells, made friends, fought wars. Was he doing all these for himself? No, sir. He was doing all these for the nation he had believed God for. A righteous nation that is created and justified by faith. Is he not just an empty dreamer? At this point, remember, he did not even have a son yet. Faith does not only believe, faith acts out what it believes. What doth it profit, my brethren, though a man say he hath faith, and have not works? Can faith save him? Thus also faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. James chapter 2 verses 14, 17. By walking the same path Abraham did, we'll become men of exploits. I don't know about you, but I have chosen to walk that path. Golden Truths. 1. To become a man of exploits, one has to take a bold or daring feat. 2. If you do not believe, you will not achieve. 3. A man of exploits thinks globally. 4. The world is now a global village, and the only barriers to subduing the earth are the ones we set for ourselves. 5. Sacrifice is inevitable in the road to achieving exploits. 6. It is when your faith has done it that God does it. Chapter 7. Learn. Apply. Prayer is not enough. Here was a man who prayed to God for help. He expected God to come down and personally answer to his prayers. That did not happen. If you read the scriptures, yet remain where you are, then you are missing out on the most important aspect of the exercise. If you go to church regularly, listen to sermons, quote the scriptures and yet don't come out to perform similar feats, it means you have lost out on the purpose of the exercise. After establishing a relationship with God, Abraham applied the principles he learned from God to achieve the results he did. Discovering that God was great, he settled for nothing less than that. He discovered that God owned the heaven and earth, and as the Son of God, he subdued nations. Interestingly, we know the same things Abraham knew. In fact, there was no Bible in Abraham's time. He had no one to learn this from, yet he practically demonstrated his faith. He did not only desire the knowledge of God, he let it manifest in his life. Ours is a very sad story to tell. After knowing that God is all-powerful, we lock ourselves in our rooms and pray for his power to come down. We pray and fast for nations to be transformed. We break and bind the evil that is leading our youths astray, and you know where we do it from. From our rooms, from the church, inside our hearts. Our expectation is that God will come down literally and manifest himself. Inasmuch as prayer really works, it is not the answer until we work too. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. It is not what you know, but you do with what you know. Many smokers and drunkards have a ready answer to those who'll tell them of the harm of smoking. It is always a strong and bold, I know. It is harmful to my health. But they for sure know that their lifespan is being shortened by smoking and drinking, yet they still go ahead and do it. Tell me, is their knowledge any helpful? Are they any better than he who doesn't know? I am sorry to say that we are no better than them. We know that God has given us nations to inherit. He has called us to blessing to all the nations of the earth. He has given us faith. He has made everything possible to us. This we know, but what do we do with it? Challenge. I would like to challenge you to look around your society, nation and country. Is there anything that is irritating you? That might just be the very thing you are supposed to confront. Have you noticed anything that frustrates you? Maybe God wants you to address it. What angers you in your community? That anger might be the subtle voice of God bringing your attention to the burden of his heart. If you would respond to the leading of God, you could end up becoming an Abraham in your office, an Abraham in your generation, an Abraham to your sphere of influence. An Abraham for millions of people worldwide. Doing nothing with the concerns that bother us about our societies is subscribing to them. It is indirectly saying, like the smokers, that we know something needs to be addressed but we choose to suffer than offer the solution, be part of the solutions. Talk is cheap. I always have it in my mind to do this and that. I have always thought about it. What did you do after that? The world doesn't really know our thoughts and good intentions. It will ever be benefited by them until we do something. Memorizing the story of Abraham and admiring his faith will not make us the fathers of nation, it is just a fact. Applying what we have learned from him will. If you apply the principle of faith and life of Abraham, there is no obstacle you cannot overcome, no problem you cannot solve, and no goal you cannot achieve. God gave us all, as believers, the power of faith. Not just for domestic use like taking care of our health or getting money to meet our daily needs and luxury. But even more than that, the power of faith is given to us as a trust that we might use it to address the pressing issues of our land. That, like Abraham, we'll bring salvation to not only the nation of our birth or stay, but to all the nations of the world. Dear reader, I don't know what you have chosen to use the power of your faith for. You may choose to use your faith to buy a new house. You may choose to use your faith to buy a new car. You may choose to use your faith to buy a new suit. You may choose to use your faith to buy a house and own estates. You may choose to use your faith to buy the latest technologies and fashion. You may choose to use your faith to travel. You may choose to use your faith to get a new or better job, etc. But I have decided to use my faith to change and subdue nations for God. I have decided to learn from Abraham, and apply my faith for something worthwhile. I choose to use my faith to become the Abraham of my nation. Our nations need deliverance from national dissipation, moral decay, social perversion, corruption, immorality, economic collapse and societal disharmony. The list goes on and on. Who will go the extra mile to apply the faith he has received? Who will come forward and be the answer to the cry of nations? Who will apply the power of faith, and reproduce the feats of Abraham? Is there a cause? Is there not a cause in your country, for the power of God to be released? How will it be revealed if it is not effective in your own life? How will it be released if you do not apply the power of the faith in you? What we fail to realize is that we cannot give what we do not have. A doctor who smokes is not fit to ask the patient to quit smoking. Why? Our actions speak more than our words. I have seen booksellers who sell books like The Principles of Success, Growing Rich and so on, but this is not evident in their lives. Why? They have not taken the time to learn and apply the principles themselves. No matter how much praise they give for the book, it is not easy to believe them. They have nothing to show for it. It is, however, easier for one who read the principles and has the results to show, to recommend the book, or even sell it to others. It is the same thing with faith. People do not see your heart or read it to know how much faith you have. They only see what you have done as a result of your faith, what you have applied your faith to. It is good to believe God for the nations, but this must not end there. We must step out. Is there not a cause to end poverty in your nation? Is there not a cause for the maternal child mortality to be stopped? Is there not a cause for corruption to be dealt with? Is there not a cause to make our people stop living on $1 a day? Is there not a cause to get beggars off our streets? Is there not a cause to stop our ladies from being sold into prostitution both at home and in foreign nations? Is there not a cause to stop the disgrace our young people bring upon the nation by becoming drug pushers? Is there not a cause to make our society 100% literate? Is there not a cause to construct better roads for our people to travel by? Is there not a cause for more universities to be built, so that our children don't go wasting away in foreign lands? Is there not a cause to have steady water supply in every home and village? Is there not a cause to supply our nations, continent, with constant electricity? Is there not a cause to provide our people with better medical facilities? Is there not a cause to provide cheap and affordable accommodation for our people? Is there not a cause for us to produce our own airplanes, cars and trains? Is there not a cause for our nation to become the leading nation in the world? Who will make this possible? Do something. Nelson Mandela has become a household name all around the world. What makes him such a global hero? It is action. It is application of the knowledge he had. Living in the apartheid South Africa, Mandela could not but feel insulted. Instead of just voicing out his frustration and anger, he built a system of response by which what frustrated him could be addressed. He dreamed of seeing a democratic South Africa. For that his wish, he served 27 years in prison. But because he was ready to do that, he became the first black president of an independent South Africa. Yes, frustrations do come. Irritations will surely attack you. Insults would be hauled at you. It is your response that makes the difference. A constructive response will bring about change now and for eternity. Just an emotional response of sentiments lead to tiredness and weariness. He did not only believe in the freedom of South Africa, no. He did something about it. He applied his knowledge of what it meant to be free and brought freedom to his people. He subdued his nation. I can confidently say that he became the Abraham of South Africa. Nelson Mandela's life is worthy of emulation. Some people have learned a lot. They talk a lot about what ought to be done to realize change, but they do nothing. You will hear citizens complaining of poor leadership, but they themselves put the people in position. Others are even bribed to vote for this poor leaders and politicians. There's lack of application. Our world is in need of Abrahams, whose results will do the talking. Will you be one of them? Actions speak louder. The good news about applying the principles we learn is that we don't only change our environment, we are also changed for better in the process. Therefore, the principles you have learned, the stories you have read will not bring anything to birth until you apply them in your day-to-day life. I will give some practical ways of how applying can help us bring change and subdue nations, how we can make the world a better place for humanity. In most countries of the world, people only care about the economy as it affects their pockets. Not too many individuals carry the burden to actually step out and address the economic challenges of their nation. If you see your country going through economic problems, the best thing to do is to come up with a strategy, plan and vision of how to generally affect the whole economy of the nation, rather than simply fixing your own individual economic problem. With this kind of attitude, it is easy to bring a lasting solution to the economic woes of a nation because the individuals who are not happy with the economy of the country respond by contributing to it. That constructive attitude to life would definitely enhance the economic development of any nation. If you are frustrated with the elite of your society, do something about it. Start an educational program for them, organize seminars, symposiums and colloquiums. Let them see what they have not seen before now, show them how and when they could be relevant to the growth and development of their nation. Fix it. If you think the political parties of your nation are a disappointment, it's not a big deal, simply do something about it. Don't just vent your emotions and feelings without offering a solution. Come up with a program for political parties, bring insight, understanding and wisdom to them. Share the opinion of the society with regards to their actions. Everything can be fixed in our society, simply by converting our frustrations into constructive contributions. If you notice drunkards and you feel frustrated about them, it could be a pointer that God wants you to fix them. Some other people might not even notice these drunkards even though they pass by them every day in the streets of their city, still they don't see them. Whereas you don't only see them, but you are concerned about them, you're troubled by their state. That means God is trying to get your attention and show you that you are needed here. Don't wait for somebody to come and fix it by yourself. Start a rehabilitation center for the drug and alcohol addicts. Set up a system of advertisement. Teach them until they become leaders, then send them back for a victorious harvest in the society. When everybody contributes a change to what he or she notices, especially what we are frustrated about, that is how we change our world. Until we get frustrated by the ills in the society, it will be difficult to subdue nations. Until we get practical, we'll remain stagnant forever. It is ignorant of us to only pray for and wish for change, yet do nothing to cause it. As I had mentioned earlier in this book, Malala Yousafzai would not sit down and watch how the Pakistani radical Muslims deprived girls the right to formal education. For years, the Taliban blew up schools, where girls studied almost on a daily basis. Despite her tender age, Malala would not compromise with her conscience. She started her campaign against the almighty Taliban at the age of 11. She was frustrated and converted it into action. She started a movement whereby she began to speak for the rights of girls to go to school. When the Taliban announced that from 15 January 2009, no girl would be allowed to go to school in her Swat Valley part of Pakistan, she got so irritated and angry that she defied the ban and boldly declared, "They cannot stop me. Our challenge to the world around us is, save our school, save our Pakistan, save our Swat." A burning passion. The force of Malala's passion was just too much for the might of the Taliban. Her defiance, her doggedness and her persistence made them to organize an attempt on her life in the year 2012. Luckily for her, she survived. Today the example of Malala has become a wonderful story of inspiration to people worldwide, of how we should never be indifferent to the wrongs in our society. We must not close our eyes to the ills in the society, we must be the solution providers. Those people who develop the ability to continuously acquire new and better forms of knowledge that they can apply to their work and to their lives will be the movers and shakers in our society. For the indefinite future. Brian Tracy. We apply what we know by playing a part in building our nations, societies. Everyone has been created to solve problem, and this purpose can be realized by applying the lessons learned on how to. Take for instance, those who make clothes are solving humans' problem of clothing. Thomas Edison resolved the problem of darkness by inventing the light bulb. You are also here to resolve a problem. Problem solver. See yourself as a solution giver. Resolve the issues of those around you, the society, city, national and the whole world. You were not created to become a victim. You were not created to become a complainer. You were created to become the solution to these problems. Maybe you are supposed to resolve individual problems, or problems on national, international level. Don't only focus on your problems, because you are called to solve the problems of others. If we are not solving any problem during our existence, then we are wasting our life. Thank God Abraham was a man of action. When he discovered that nations could become righteous by faith, he took advantage of it. He decided to believe God for his own nation. Abraham stepped out by faith in a rather difficult circumstances. How could you become the father of nations when you could not even have a child? This was a daunting challenge before Abraham. Yet, he successfully confronted and surmounted the challenge. He believed until he saw the manifestation. He moved ahead to work and labor to create his own nation. Building economic power, sustainable wealth base, laying foundations for the next generations that he couldn't see. He stepped out by faith, changed locations, dug wells, made friends, fought wars. Was he doing all these for himself? No, sir. He was doing all these for the nation he had believed God for. A righteous nation that is created and justified by faith. Is he not just an empty dreamer? At this point, remember, he did not even have a son yet. Faith does not only believe, faith acts out what it believes. What doth it profit, my brethren, though a man say he hath faith, and have not works? Can faith save him? Thus also faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. James chapter 2 verses 14, 17. Learn and apply. Be a problem solver to people around you, to your nation. Golden truths. 1. Scripture is meant to transform us. 2. Inasmuch as prayer really works, it is not the answer until we work too. 3. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. 4. What irritates us in the society is what we should seek to address. 5. Doing nothing with the concerns that bother us about our societies is subscribing to them. 6. There's a cause for us to step into the society and be the solution to the problems. Chapter 8. The Pragmatic Believer. Be an opportunist. W. Hat is the principle that Abraham took advantage of that qualified him to become the father of nations. Remember that Abraham, from what we read, is a very practical and pragmatic believer. What he discovered in God, he manifested in his life. So I deem it important for us to know what secret Abraham discovered that qualified him to become a father of nations. God has a criteria by which nations could be justified so that his intentions could be made justified, that his intentions could be made righteous. Someone has to have faith for his nation. Someone has to stand and believe God for a nation and give birth to that nation by faith. God would justify the heathen nations through faith. Gal 3-8. Wow. What a secret. Bearing in mind that there were no scriptures in the days of Abraham, the question arises, how did Abraham get to know this? Note that I had mentioned earlier that all his revelations came to him through his personal relationship and interactions with God. That's why the most important thing in this world is not religiosity but a relationship with God. It is not about the observance of laws, rules and regulations. That's the same story that God was trying to teach through the story of other great men and patriarchs of the Bible, relationships. Where there was no relationship with God, the people suffered. Where a relationship was established, they did exploits. Abraham was not religious, he was on a journey with God in discovering secrets. So must we be. That same passage in Gal 3-8 tells us how Abraham came across this revelation. It was preached to him by God himself. Just like I am preaching this to you through this book, God did preached it to Abraham. Preached before the gospel unto Abraham. Friend, can you believe that? The same way we go to churches today to listen to preaching, God preached to Abraham. Sadly, we listen to preaching to get excited, to boost our moods to be better. On the other hand, God was preaching to Abraham to give him secrets. He was listening to God in order to get skills and secrets of doing exploits. We must change our approach. Don't go to church to get relief, or to get happy and excited. Like Abraham did, go to church to discover secrets in God. After learning from God, it was now left to Abraham and him alone whether he was going to take advantage of the messages or not. Would he simply listen to a good sermon, or he would go as far as to derive secrets and principles from it? We too face the same choice each time we read the Bible, listen to sermons or quote the scriptures. Are we engaging in a religious exercise that only enlarges our knowledge base, or are we actually looking for principles to apply, by which we could also become what we are reading about? Become. Many people think it is knowing. It is not about knowing, it is about becoming. The profound goal is to become. As a pragmatic believer, Abraham caused everything to work for him. He believed and found a way out. Becoming the father of nations was made possible by this. Likewise, we are to adopt this spirit. We must make things happen instead of allowing things to happen to us. We must believe in the mandate that has been given to us. The goal is to win. Our philosophy of life should therefore be a winner's mentality. Do not look for excuses. With every good reason that Abraham could have given to turn down his call of becoming the father of many nations, he never fall for excuses. Do you see a better nation? Believe. Is there anything you can do to make it happen? Believe. Give no excuses to why you cannot do it. Most people are mistaken that the task of nation building belongs only to the government. The truth, however, is that nation building is the responsibility of every citizen of that country. One doesn't have to be a politician or member of the cabinet in order to transform a nation. No. This is a lie that many have been made to believe. Always seek opportunities, new ideas, give no room for excuses. Seek for places where you can be of impact. It is impossible for us to subdue nations. It is impossible for us to become the Abrahams of our nations, if we do not take responsibility for what we are believing God for. The world had been made a better place simply because of people who took responsibility upon themselves to be the agents of change in their societies. Stop complaining. Have you ever met anybody from your country complaining of why the nation is not working? Hey, could that person be you? I personally had fallen victim to this line of reasoning for a considerable amount of time in my life. As years go by though, I discover that as in many other things, I had simply fallen victim of my environment. I saw people around me blame the nation and everything else that is wrong in the country, on one person or the other, and I simply joined them. I heard them talk about it, I witnessed them playing the blame game, and I joined them, on and on it went. However, thank God for understanding, thank God for insight, thank God for education. After getting myself relatively educated in the area of national transformation, I have come to discover that it makes better sense to look at what I could do to fix the problem of the society, rather than blaming others for what is wrong in the country. As a matter of fact, I never seriously thought about the word responsibility until I was doing my master's in the university. I was fortunate to listen to a man address the issue of men's responsibility. The word seems so common and popular that I never thought it needed much attention, but the more I studied it, the more I discovered, hey, wait a minute, I never really knew anything about the true meaning of the word. At least my lifestyle did not show any form of responsibility for the nation where I was born or the nation where I lived. Today, I can joyfully say that one of the best undertakings I have ever made was to study the subject of responsibility. As obvious as my assertion in this article is, so many people still don't think very seriously about the fact that personal responsibility is one of the most essential credentials in national transformation. What are you doing? The now famous and widely used quotation of John F. Kennedy, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country," is probably the most circulated quotation on the subject of personal responsibility of a citizen towards his nation. If a nation, and any nation for that matter, could raise up the standard of personal responsibility in their society, you will in no time see a country of virtuous people, developed and civilized. This ought to be the product of our belief in a better, transformed nation. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Martin Luther King Jr. If you are reading this book, it is my belief that you must be interested in the transformation of your nation. You are hungry for a changed nation. If that is the case, then you must start with yourself, by believing in the possibility of change and standing for it. The most obvious question of a responsible person is, what can I do in this situation? The more we can ask such questions, the more we bring about change where we are. Instead of expecting someone from somewhere to spearhead or bring about a change that we desire, it is much more practical to begin to do something personally. What if I fail? What if it doesn't work out? What if things don't fall in place? What if I make mistakes? I find it very funny that these questions keep people from winning over and inheriting nations. Well, the questions are legitimate. But even Abraham was not perfect, he made mistakes along the way, his own mistakes did not prevent him from inheriting nations. Don't focus on whether or not it will work out, instead believe that the dream is achievable. Believing is knowing that it is going to work out. Even if it fails, you're going to try again and again till it works out for you. It is the spirit of never giving up, having no fear of failure. Thomas Edison, the bulb inventor, is a practical example of how focusing on the goal matters. Having failed 999 times, he didn't get enough reason to quit yet. To Edison, He had only realized the 999 times it wasn't going to work. That is the spirit. Subduing nations is not an easy task, but giving up is not an option either. Keep on trying until you make it. Don't focus too much on the price you have to pay, but on the result. Focus on the lives that will be transformed if you don't give up. It is very easy to lose focus and start paying attention to what the rest are saying or doing. This is the number one enemy of progress. Those who win, however, focus on the reward, and not the process of getting there. Challenges and hard times are just part of the journey to transforming and subduing nations. Focus on the end goal, believing that after the price is paid, then the result is inevitable. Abraham did the same, and left us nations for inheritance. Golden Truths. 1. Believe God for a nation, and give birth to that nation by faith. 2. Prayer is not the answer, we must do something. 3. Change must start with us. 4. Read scripture with the intention to get secrets and skills to doing exploits. 5. The more we take responsibility, the more change we bring about. Chapter 9. Opportunities. In disguise. Opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in overalls and looks like work. Thomas A. Edison. On the lookout. An opportunist is a person who takes advantage of opportunities as and when they arise, regardless of planning or principle. This kind of person will adapt his actions, responses, and all he has to take advantage of circumstances as they present themselves. Abraham was an opportunist. Examining this side of Abraham, I see that many of us are missing out on a great opportunity, nations for our inheritance. The call to become Abrahams of our nations is not an easy task, this is a matter of fact, and it wasn't easy for Abraham either. What I mean by calling Abraham an opportunist is that he did not pay attention to the difficulties along the way. Abraham took the advantage of the opportunity to walk with God. He did not look at the bareness of his wife, but rather took advantage of the opportunity to become the father of many nations, a blessing to generations. Thinking deeply about this, we cannot ignore the fact that there are many opportunities out there for us, though they come in disguise. Most people are satisfied if their lives are fine, paying no attention to the lives of those around them. Many think it is none of their business to consider the lives of others, their areas of residence, cities and nations. The country has its owners, they will say. What is in it for me? This question is one of the sources of failure in our societies and nations. Many people think only of what they will gain from what they do, not how others will benefit. It is a very selfish principle to live on. For the love of the nation. Our founding fathers, for example, were ready to give up their lives for the freedom of our nations. They were ready to fight till their last breath, so that generations will benefit from that. What was in it for them? Death. Can you imagine? I know that many never want to speak or even hear about death, let alone doing something that guarantees it. If they had considered the fact that they would lose their lives in fighting for freedom, no one would dare do it. But what drove them? Is it the praise or honor that would come with it? Is it the fame or wealth that would come their way? No. They seized the opportunity to set others free. Martin Luther King Jr. was an American Baptist minister, activist, humanitarian, and leader in the African American civil rights movement. He was not seeking his self-glory but the freedom of the black race in America. He saw the possibility, and took advantage of his position to bring change that is still being celebrated today. He advocated for freedom, he died for it, and he won. To him, the oppression of the black race, racism and segregation of the Negro community was an opportunity for him to speak out. It was an opportunity for him to exercise his faith, and believe God for an everlasting change. He saw the problem, but not even his life would keep him from fighting for change. He couldn't afford to let that opportunity to change the lives of others pass him by. Opportunity? Yes. Opportunity, because all the problems of humanity are an opportunity for us to do something and affect change. Opportunities in disguise of problems. Opportunities in disguise of war. Opportunities in disguise of injustice and corruption, name 'em all. Every problem is an opportunity in disguise. Benjamin Franklin. To become the Abrahams of our nations, we must learn how to see the opportunities in every situation. Let us examine this practically. Think big. Due to lack of constant electricity supply in my country, Nigeria, power generators are the order of the day. This turns out to be costly to some extent. A lot has to be spent in refilling the generators. Seeing this is a problem, 4 teenagers thought of a cheaper, or rather affordable way of generating power. In 2012, Duro Ena Adebola, Akindele Abiola, Faleke Oluwatoyin and Bello Eniola invented a urine power generator which could provide safer, affordable and more access to electricity. They could create 6 hours of electricity with 1 liter of urine. What? Urine? Have you ever thought of that? You see, everything around us is an opportunity in disguise. For example, whereas you and I consider urine as waste, someone else sees it as electricity. Someone sees it as an opportunity to do something for the benefit of humanity. At 13 years old, Richard Turiri became an inventor. He is a Kenyan-born Maasai boy, living in the wilderness of the Kenyan savannah. Surrounded by lions, giraffes and other wild animals, he was responsible of taking care of his father's cattle. This however became a pain because he lost the cattle to lions. Instead of lamenting and seeking rescue from the government, this young man thought of how to stop this. This was an opportunity for him to not only save his father's cattle, but that of the whole neighborhood. In his quest, he ended up inventing a light bulb that not only made peace with the lions, but also earned him a scholarship in the country's best international school. Not to mention the honor of being a TED speaker. Opportunities in disguise. Dear reader, there are thousands of problems surrounding you. There are thousands of people in need. How do you view them? Living in the former Soviet Union, I was touched and disturbed by the purposeless lives of the Europeans who surrounded me. Many had reverted to drinking, smoking, drug abuse and prostitution. My heart was in pain for them. I wished they had better lives, because I knew what they were missing. Inasmuch as this was going to be a great challenge, bearing in mind that I am an African man who would be regarded as good for nothing, I decided to use the opportunity to bring salvation to them. I walked by the streets and spoke to them. I preached to the prostitutes. I talked with the drunkards and made them my friends. Do you want to know what happened? Over 3,000 people were set free from drug and alcohol addiction. As I write this book now, many of them are millionaires and even the former prostitutes are now transforming the lives of others. It was disguised as a vice which called for cursing and avoidance by all means, but I seized the opportunity to bring light to the blind and lost. Fill in the gap. Our father of faith, Abraham, showed us another example on how we can be great fathers of our nations. He showed us how through us, our nations can be transformed. When God revealed his plan to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, Abraham negotiated with God. Abraham bargained with God for him to spare the lives of his people. He was ready to defend his people, regardless of the wickedness that God accused the cities of. He used his relationship with God as an opportunity for him to save the people from destruction. How many of us are ready to mediate for our nations? Poverty, insecurity, war, injustice, corruption and all the vices in our nations are opportunities in disguise. They are a call for us to do something in the sphere of that problem to effect change. The street kids, for example, are an opportunity for us to affect their lives positively and make them a better part of the society. Many of these are bright and, if given an opportunity, could be the shakers and movers of our nations tomorrow. If every single person in the elite of our society will take care of at least one child, most of the street kids would be taken care of. Yet, we act as if it is none of our business. The blind who see. What saddens me most is that we close our eyes to the problems that call for our attention. We take no actions regarding the challenges we see. How then will we make the world a better place? How will the world become a better place when we are not ready to take responsibility? Though we do not see the short-term results of our inactions, we painfully end up paying the price when it is too late and out of control. The street kids we pay no attention to end up as grown-ups and are the fearful nocturnal visitors with weapons attacking the same neighborhood that would have helped, raping our daughters and wives, maiming our sons and husbands, turning our lives into a nightmare. Our response? Another blame game. We turn our attention to the government and we whine about the incompetence of the police. We also complain about the breakdown in law and order. Yet, we forget that we actually had a role to play in the consequences we are reaping. We had an opportunity to impact the lives of the youngsters, but we were too blind to see, because the opportunity disguised itself. What is causing you pain in your society? What hurts you most about your city? What do you think your government is not doing for the nation? What do you ignore or call none of your business? What challenges are your neighbors, colleagues, servants facing? What change do you want to see? All these are opportunities in disguise. Will you seize them? With all the problems, with all the opportunities around us, very few are being met. This is what drove me into asking the question, could you be the Abraham of your nation? Could you be the one the nation is waiting for? Many are oblivious to what is happening around them, but you have a pain. Could you be the one to cause change? As you find the answer to the question of being the Abraham of your nation, read along to see why the nations need an Abraham, the missing link between nations and their glory, their transformation. Golden Truths. 1. That there are many opportunities out there for us, though they come in disguise. 2. What is in it for me? This question is one of the sources of failure in our societies and nations. 3. All the problems of humanity are an opportunity for us to do something and effect change. 4. To become the Abrahams of our nations, we must learn how to see the opportunities in every situation. 5. Seize every opportunity to impact on the lives of others. 6. Though we do not see the short-term results of our inactions, we painfully end up paying the price when it is too late and out of control. Chapter 10. The Missing Link. Why Abraham? D. Did it ever cross your mind? Why Abraham? Is there anything special about him? I used to think there was something special about him until now that I hear people asking similar questions about me. Why Sunday Adelaja? Is there something special about him? I know for a fact that there is nothing special about me. I simply discovered some secrets as Abraham did. There is nothing as important as asking questions. The more questions we ask, the closer to the solution we get. Could you be the Abraham of your nation? Why should you be the Abraham of your nation, in the first place? Why is an Abraham needed in your nations? These are the questions that should all ask ourselves. Take a moment and answer the question, why is an Abraham needed in my society? Nation? Where will that Abraham come from? Could I be the one? What did I discover? It is not enough to know. If I don't not apply my knowledge in solving the problems and challenges facing humanity, then I am no better than those who don't know. After knowing that he was the friend of a great God, Abraham did not settle for anything less. The reason we celebrate his greatness today. It is my hope that as you follow me in this discovery and adventure through my book, you too will begin to discover some life-changing secrets that will turn you into a giant of your era and generation. Answer the call. The modus operandi of God is that he would normally start with a model. In all things, God always needed an example for others to follow. Israel was such an example. God needed Abraham also as an example for others who would come after him. God needed to create a picture to put before all people in all nations and from all generations, that behold, a man who dared to believe God and became counted for righteousness because of it. This is the missing link today, a man or woman who will believe God like Abraham did. A man who will not let his knowledge lay to waste but use it for the good of the people and nations. The message God is trying to pass across to us today is that, if Abraham could do it, if he could believe God and he could make him into a father of nations, then that is enough proof for you and I to follow suit. One of the greatest things about God is that he is no respecter of persons. He is never partial. What he did for one, he does for another, but the choice solely depends on us. God needed an example for all of us who, like Abraham, would have the privilege to listen to teachings, preaching and messages from the Scriptures, so that we might know what to do with them. God doesn't want the accomplishments to stop only on him, hence he raises models. Models are there to be copied, to be replicated and duplicated. I personally believe that God wants us to learn magnitudes, scopes and capacities from the actions of Abraham. What I mean is, unlike what most preachers and believers preach today, by using the faith of Abraham just to provide for daily bread. The magnitude and scope of Abraham's actions show us that our faith should rather be used for greater things. Instead of us to use the faith of Abraham to only meet our needs, we should rather expand our faith to inherit nations, wrought righteousness, subdue empires and bring glory to God Almighty. Our societies, cities and nations are in dire need of Abrahams to stand up for change. I am writing this book to those who see the need and desire for change. I wrote this book for you, and I believe that it will be a wake-up call for you to stand up and do something. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. Mahatma Gandhi. I don't have any doubt that there is an aspect of the community everyone would like to change. Neither can we deny the fact that there is need for change. The vacuum, however, is that nobody is willing to be that change. It is like everyone is waiting for someone, and that someone too is waiting for another to do something and better the situation. Could you be that somebody? It is one thing to desire change, and entirely another to realize it. An Abraham therefore is needed, for our nations to be saved from doom. An Abraham is needed, for us to be saved from destructions and misguidance caused by ignorance. Why Abraham? Like I mentioned earlier in the beginning of this chapter, Abraham was no special person. He just trusted and believed on God's promise. We can achieve his feats if we imitate him. The promise God gave to us is that we will be the fathers and mothers of many nations. Nations will be blessed and transformed through us. Will you believe and dare to take that bold step of faith? Will you go forth and be the Abraham of your nation? It is catastrophic if we fail to see the situations around us that need to be addressed. What makes men not to notice other men's plights? What makes people not to see the needs of others? What is it that is responsible for the blindness to the seemingly obvious? The reason is subtle, it rooted in our very person. There is no Abraham, or none is willing to become yet. Until we become conscious of what is happening in our vicinity, it will be difficult to change our nations. When you don't notice issues, challenges, disorderliness and chaos around you, then you are indifferent to them. It is very costly to be indolent when the situations around demand that we do something, that we stand up for change. Take a house for instance. If a crack is not attended to in time, the end result could be that a whole wall will need to be rebuilt. And in worse cases, a mere crack could lead to the destruction of the entire building. If I take note of a crack in my own house, I will be so quick to act that I'll have it worked on in the shortest time possible. This is because I understand that failure to do so will cost me more. God forbid, the house could fall in the long run and my family, and all other residents of my house could end up being victims. There is a possibility of losing lives in the same event. It is a huge risk to take, just ignoring a small crack on the wall. This is what is going on in our nations. There are cracks all over, and some spheres are sadly destroyed. There is an urgent need for an Abraham to come and restore the nations. There is a need for an Abraham to repair the cracks in the walls of our societies. An Abraham is needed to rebuild the destroyed and broken values in our systems. A big gap needs to be bridged, to save the nations from damnation. An Abraham to theses nations is the missing link. What happens is that we ignore or close our eyes to what called for our attention. Take a little look at the street children. Everyone passes them by, it is a daily routine. Nobody cares to consider their plight, not even our governments. The price, however, is always paid in the long run. These kids grow up and start robbing, raping and even killing. What happens next? We spray curses on them. No one ever considered how their lives would end like. No one felt the pain enough to give them the chance of a better life. A crack was seen, ignored, the building fall. Who is to blame? An Abraham is needed. To live only for ourselves is the highest degree of selfishness we can attain. Meeting our personal needs is not all we are to live for. In the end of it all, we will be remembered not for what we did for ourselves, but by what we did for others. Focusing on our personal challenges blinds us from seeing the needs of others. We don't get the chance to care or notice others when all we focus on is ourselves. I personally believe that it is in meeting the needs of others that ours too will be met, and I live by this principle. A selfless life is a cure to the world's challenges. A selfless life is the starting point that opens our eyes to the burdens of the world. Our eyes have to be open to the things that are out of order in our environments. An Abraham is needed today, to see things that are even not of personal concern. It will take an Abraham, to seek justice for the oppressed in the society. It will take an Abraham, to not only notice, but also speak out for the voiceless. It will take an Abraham to set up a movement and fight corruption in the nation. An Abraham will not close his eyes to the plight of the street urchins and the extremely poor and helpless in the society. Could you be this Abraham? When I talk of seeing the things that are not in order around us, I am not talking of physical sight. As for eyes, everyone has them, many have seen but it has not sunk into them. An Abraham is needed to see beyond the surface. I call it mental vision. There is more than meets the eye, hence the need for an Abraham who will see to the depth of what meets the physical eye. More than meets the eye. Many people, unfortunately, only see the surface and make conclusions from that. When talking of corruption, they conclude that nothing can be done to stop it, claiming that it has always been there. Seeing the helpless, what registers in their mind is how useless and good for nothing the subject of their sight are. This is absurd. Having trained myself to see beyond the surface, I take time to think about what I just see. Is there anything that could be done? What is the cause of this? How can I contribute to make this better? How can I be a blessing? What can the government do to address this problem? What if someone did something to change matters? Could that person be me? When I saw drug addicts in the former Soviet Union, my heart was in deep pain. I bled inside to see what a meaningless life they lived. I did not end there, however. I wondered what could become of them if they got a way out of their addictions. Seeing them as normal people who had the potential to live normal lives. Just by envisioning them have a better life, I saw the need of talking to them and letting them know that they still have a chance to turn their lives around. This gave birth to rehabilitation centers that have transformed the lives of many, and to made them part of the successful in the society. Our seeing needs to be solution-oriented. What can we do to subdue nations? What price do we have to pay to see our nations where we would like them to be? Who will do it for us? Could we be the ones? Who will fill the missing link in the society? A story is told about Abraham Lincoln and the pig. Riding an Illinois circuit one day, he found a pig, struggling in some deep mud, and evidently nearly exhausted. The sight hurt him, and having on a new suit of clothes, he reluctantly rode on. But Piggy had got hold of the lawyer's heartstrings. The farther he went the more uneasy he became, and at the end of the 2 miles he turned round, rode back, made a bridge of rails out into the mud, dug out the pig, and then resumed his journey, with very muddy clothes, but with his mind at ease. As characteristic as his kindness, was the self-analysis that followed. He fell to considering what his motive had been. At first he said to himself that it was benevolence, but he concluded in the end that it was selfishness, for he rescued the pig, he said, in order to take a pain out of his own mind. Great souls like that of Abraham Lincoln would not just notice the needs of other men or their environment for that matter, they go beyond the ordinary, as seen in the story above. Their heart is large enough to accommodate not just humans, but animals as well. Can we say the same of us? This is very relevant for you, dear reader, to examine a cause that calls for your effect. It is an alarm for not to be indifferent. Responding to the needs of man is what will make the Abraham in us thrive. I will never get tired of saying that as for me, I am the Abraham of not only one nation, but many nations. This is because I have chosen to walk the path of seeing a need and responding to it by all means. It is in meeting the needs of others that the nature of God in me is revealed. Indifference is costly. It is wrong to be indifferent. It is wrong to be complacent. It is wrong to live in self-satisfaction. It is rather healthy according to God to always respond to the issues around us, to be the Abrahams of our nations. We must let the challenges in our immediate environment to affect, touch us and push us to action. The level of poverty in our nations should concern us. The hungry people who go to bed without a meal should concern us. The plight of the students who cannot finish their education because of strikes and riots should be a concern to us. The unpaid civil servants' predicament should be our pain also. That is how the Abrahams of nations respond to the world around them. Do you now see the need of an Abraham? Do you see the missing link in our nations today? The oppressions and pain going on in our world today are motivated by the fact that no one is standing up to fight for change. We cannot afford to be silent. There is something we can all do to address the problems facing our society. We must do something, and the time is now. Borrowing some wisdom from Lee Frank, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. All that is needed for the forces of evil to triumph is for enough good men to do nothing. All that is required for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. In order for evil to prevail, all that need happen is for good people to do nothing. All that is needed for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. The surest way for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. All it will take for evil to prevail is for good people to do nothing. All that is necessary for the forces of evil to take root in the world is for enough good men to do nothing. All that is needed for the forces of evil to succeed is for enough good men to remain silent. All it takes for evil to prevail in this world is for enough good men to do nothing. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Time to act. I challenge you therefore in this chapter to dare become the Abraham in your area of influence. Concern yourself with every challenge of your community and nation. If you cannot resolve the challenges, at least do something about what you see. Start a movement, an NGO, set up a social group to address the problem. If you can write, why not? Write an article, write a book, create a blog. Do something, and if at all you feel powerless, then raise an alarm about the situation so that someone can take up the challenge. You could mobilize people, challenge governments, and get international organizations involved. Golden Truths. 1. If we don't apply our knowledge, we are not better than those who do not know. 2. One of the greatest things about God is that He is no respecter of persons. He is never partial. What He did for one, he does for another, but the choice solely depends on us. 3. The magnitude and scope of Abraham's actions show us that our faith should rather be used for greater things. 4. Abraham was no special person. He just trusted and believed on God's promise. We can achieve his feats if we imitate him. 5. Until we become conscious of what is happening in our vicinity, it will be difficult to change our nations. 6. An Abraham is needed to rebuild the destroyed and broken values in our systems. 7. A selfless life is a cure to the world's challenges. 8. There is more than meets the eye, hence the need for an Abraham who will see to the depth of what meets the physical eye. 9. It is healthy according to God to always respond to the issues around us, to be the Abrahams of our nations. 10. All that is necessary for the forces of evil to take root in the world is for enough good men to do nothing. Chapter 11. Heirs of Nations. Own it. Oh, your inheritance is here to stay forever. The only difference is whether or not we redeem it. A son has a right to his father's property, yet if he does not will to be part of the shareholders, then he loses. It is the same case without inheriting the nations. In the previous chapter, I highlighted that we are called to be the bridging gap between the happenings of today and the better future we want to see. We are the ones to fill in the missing blanks of our nations. The matter of fact is that we can all impact on our societies in one way or another, if we refuse to keep silent and indolent. We can become the Abrahams of our nations, if we do something to affect change in our communities. It is expedient to know that the promise to become a father of nations is not to Abraham alone. Both you and I are called to take charge of our nations. For the promise, that he should be the heir of the world, was not to Abraham, or to his seed, through the law, but through the righteousness of faith. Therefore it is of faith that it might be by grace, to the end the promise might be sure to all the seed, not to that only which is of the law, but to that also which is of the faith of Abraham. Who is the father of us all? Rom. 4:13-16. This is completely unbelievable. Are you seeing what I am seeing? Abraham did not have a sole right to become a father of nations, his faith and belief granted him that. That promise is not given to him alone, but to anyone that would believe like him. According to the above scripture, each and every one of us could by faith inherit a nation in the world. Beside nations, we could actually become heirs of any aspect and sphere of the world as well. Remember, I am not telling you the story of what happened or how it happened. I am helping you to see a principle, concept, postulate, and an inevitability. This means that when I, as an individual, understands and follows the same principle that was applied by Abraham, then I could expect the same or similar results to what Abraham got. All are qualified. Paying attention to the above scripture, it is clear that Abraham did not become the heir of nations because he was special. Not even because he was chosen or called. If that were the case, then it would not be accessible to everyone else. But thank God, it is by faith that he became who he became. Therefore I too could trust God to become an heir of the world in any sphere of life by faith like him. Each and every one of us could become a father of nations. As it is written, I have made you a father of many nations in the presence of him who he believed, God, Rom 4:17. Friend, the truth is that every one of us could become a father of nations. You could become a father of nations. There's a nation out there for inheritance for you. Before I continue further, let us examine some definitions of terms. An heir is a person who inherits or has the right to inherit property after the death of its owner. It could also be a person who inherits or has the right to inherit property after the death of its owner. So we are heirs of the world, heirs of nations, after our father Abraham. Talking of nations, I mean all that there is to it. That is, everything that encompasses it. From churches to schools, recreational centers to the transport. We are heirs of all that lies within the territories of our nations, and even beyond. It is our call to influence all these areas. Enslaved. Have you ever seen a master's son who behaves like a slave? What would you consider him to be? A fool? Or unwise? It doesn't make sense for an heir of a rich man to become another man's slave. Do want to know the truth? This exactly who are behaving like. You see, God has made us heirs of nations, but we live as though we are helpless and depend on the mercies of rulers, governments and leaders. Instead of subduing nations, we are the ones being subdued. It is quite unfortunate. As descendants of Abraham, we are already entitled to what belonged to him. I do not know if it is ignorance, but many, even after reading the promises of God to Abraham, still struggle with their self-identity. God has made us heirs of nations, and settling for less is an insult to him. The wrong thinking has made people believe that there are some special people called to save the nations. You don't have to be a politician either in order for you to inherit the nations. We can subdue nations even without saying a word, by just taking actions where demanded. It is not only the work of the government to implement change in our nations, every citizen has a role to play in nation building. There are many spheres that can serve as our points of action. Heirs. Do you believe that you are an heir? Without faith in this, it will be impossible to take a bold step of faith. Accepting the fact that we have been called to be heirs of nations will change the way we live our lives. Like heirs, it should be known to us that the nations belong to us, and it is therefore our responsibility to protect that which is ours. No heir will watch the property he owns to be taken away or lost. No wise heir will ignore or pay no attention to what belonged to him. Are you a true, wise heir of your city? Can you call yourself an heir of your nation? An heir has authority over what he has inherited. He walks in it. He is known. By having authority here, I refer to the sense that we as heirs of nations have every right to stand up and fight for what we know is rightful. God has given us the authority to establish his order on earth. Unfortunately, it appears to me that many are living with a slave mentality. People are even afraid to speak out when they are being oppressed. Many settle for mediocre lives when they can live better if they stand to defend their rights and those of others. When will this come to an end? When will the children of God be bold enough to take what belongs to them? Let us revisit our history maker and founding father, the late Nelson Mandela. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela is an example of a leader we can borrow a leaf from. Mandela understood that the nation of South Africa belonged to him, and therefore it was his responsibility to fight for what was his, regardless of the price he had to pay. Fighting against laws curtailing the freedoms of blacks, Indians and coloureds concerned him more than spending years in jail. In the long run, Mandela ended up serving a 27-year term in jail. As if that was not enough, he was subjected to hard labour. You can imagine what that means. 27 years imprisonment, and finally South Africa had its freedom. Only a true heir of the nation can pay such an invaluable price for the love of his nation. Unstoppable. What am I trying to pass across? When we understand that nations belong to us, nothing will stop us from subduing them. If everyone lived like the whole nation belonged to them and only them could make it better, then the world would be the best place to live. Choose to live as if only you is responsible for change. Own your city. Own your nation. Only then will you be in the best position to initiate change. As an heir of my nation, I hold myself accountable and responsible for what is happening around me. I am to blame in one way or another for the failures of my country if I do nothing to contribute to its success. I am expected to be in charge of results and consequences of my decisions, actions and inactions in a given situation or circumstance affecting my nation. Taking ownership of a nation is when one refuses to blame others and the government for failure but rises to the occasion and helps face the challenges and difficulties affecting the societies. An heir will not be indifferent to the wrongs and problems in the society. He will look for ways and means of solving the problems at hand, whether directly or indirectly. Rather than waiting for others to act, he will take part in designing ways and means of bringing a lasting solution to the issues at hand. Inheriting nations will demand that we respond creatively to the issues of our environment, rather than whine and complain. Instead of pointing fingers at those we think are failing us, we will do something to fix it. For a nation to be truly transformed, there must be movements, civil societies, NGOs etc. that are spread all across the land to educate people on the issues of personal responsibility. If a nation, or rather active citizens of a nation, could successfully launch such campaigns and a good percentage of the populace begin to live by the principles of personal responsibility, which is don't blame others, think of what you can do to fix it, such a nation would cross the hurdle of civilization in a record time. This is what we are called to do as heir of our nations. We must take personal responsibility for our nations and their transformation. The truth is that if every citizen owns his nation as an inheritance, if each one, in their area of influence, would offer to do at least something about what they have a burden for, soon everybody in the nation would be doing something, leading to a massive movement of enterprises, entrepreneurship, services, charities, etc. This is undeniable. Deliverers. We are all here to make our world a better place. We are the ones to transform our nations for the better. If we do not take action and responsibility for those things we were created for, that does not mean we escape the responsibility. We still face that responsibility in one way or the other. Unfortunately, this realization often comes in form of regret, pain and sorrow. May you never have a reason to regret for inaction. Do something now. By doing something now, I mean make a decision to take responsibility. How can you affect your nation? Please note down the areas you think you can influence. What pains or hurts you most about your nation? What do you think should be done? Now that you have an idea, go ahead and do it. It is your nation, you are an heir, so save what belongs to you. Dear reader, I presume that the point has been passed across to you. The nation belongs to you, and so is its transformation. As you and I take ownership of our nations and revert to mending the things that are out of order in our community and nation in general, we would surely witness a transformed, developed and civilized society. Golden Truths. 1. The promise to become a father of nations is not to Abraham alone. 2. Each and every one of us could by faith inherit a nation in the world. 3. God has made us heirs of nations, and settling for less is an insult to Him. 4. It is not only the work of the government to implement change in our nations, every citizen has a role to play in nation building. 5. You don't have to be a politician in order for you to inherit the nations. 6. God has given us the authority to establish His order on earth. 7. When we understand that nations belong to us, nothing will stop us from subduing them. 8. An heir will not be indifferent to the wrongs and problems in the society. 9. Inheriting nations will demand that we respond creatively to the issues of our environment, rather than whine and complain. 10. We are all here to make our world a better place. We are the ones to transform our nations for the better. Chapter 12. Endurance, the refining process. Enduring faith. Now, let's look into the process of possibly becoming fathers of nations. Therefore it is of faith, that it might be by grace, to the end the promise might be sure to all the seed, not to that only which is of the law, but to that also which is of the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all, as it is written, I have made thee a father of many nations, before him whom he believed, even God, who quickeneth the dead, and calleth those things which be not as though they were, who against hope believed in hope, that he might become the father of many nations, according to that which was spoken, so shall thy seed be. Rom. 4:16–18. One of the essentials to becoming father of faith is not only to believe, even though all exploits in life start with faith. However, to become a father of nations is a different ballgame altogether. In this case, you must not simply have faith, but you must be able to have what I call an enduring faith like Abraham. It is a persevering faith that enables you to keep on believing, even when visible realities are showing you the opposite of what you are believing for. It is the ability to, like Abraham, believe in hope against all odds. Whenever you have sacrificed and paid a huge price for things to change in your nation, you expect to see the best results. It is disheartening if you look and instead of seeing what you had believed God for, the realities are the same. It is in such a situation like this, that you need an enduring faith to keep on moving, to keep on believing, to keep on trusting, to keep on sacrificing and to keep on daring. Endurance is not just the ability to bear a hard thing, but to turn it into glory. William Barclay. Have you ever noticed that many people give up when they are just about to achieve their success? It is a pity to quit on the yard line. Only those who endure to the end win. Quitters are forever losers no matter how hard they worked before quitting. Don't allow your pain to amount to nothing. Turn your pain to glory. Subduing Nations calls for men and women who are ready to endure until they achieve their goal. Endurance is a necessary ingredient in the meal of national transformation. Just like most opportunities come to us in disguise, hardships and persecution will prepare us for our journey to greatness. The journey to greatness is not a bed of roses. Becoming fathers and mothers of nations is not an easy task. I will be lying to you if I said that subduing nations is an easy task. Attaining greatness, becoming the Abrahams of our nations is just one side of the coin. Challenges, difficulties and tests will come in handy. Studying the life of Abraham, we note that his very beginning unfolded as a test. He was to leave his land and people. This rendered him a stranger in the land of Canaan. Arriving his promised land, he was welcomed by famine. Who knows, but it is normal to regret having left one's rich homeland to meet famine in a strange land. This, however, was just part of preparing him for his nations of inheritance. Challenges will come. Abraham was once forced to lie to save his wife. They were captured by the Egyptians. He was ready to lose her wife to Pharaoh pretending that she was her sister. Abraham compromised. This was a test to him. The story of Abraham makes it plain to us that we will face tribulations here and there. When Abraham's wife Sarah fails to give him a child, he gets involved with Hagar. Just after getting a son with Hagar, God tells Abraham to send him away. Can you imagine that? Yet Abraham endured all and passed his tests. As if that was not enough, God gives him a son and later demands that the child be sacrificed on the altar. It was not easy for Abraham either. Without endurance, all the efforts will prove futile. You must endure and rise above pain to succeed. Our church, the embassy of the blessed kingdom of God to all nations, is the largest in Ukraine and Eastern Europe, had to go through many problems. We had to overcome many obstacles. We still face them, and every individual who is willing to transform his nation will face many of them. There is no way we can change our nations without challenges. Endurance is defined as the process of tolerating an unpleasant and difficult process or situation without giving way. It is the capacity of something to last or to withstand wear and tear. Endurance is the power to withstand hardship and stress. Through perseverance, we will be able to victoriously celebrate the fruits of our hard work. Be thankful. Opposition is one of the challenges we will face in our journey to transforming nations. You will be struck with questions like, who are you? What makes you think you can change the nation? If others have failed, what makes you think you can do it? And so on and so forth. The very people, the very nation you will sacrifice your all for will stand against you. It is just unavoidable. You must be willing and ready to stand on your own. You must be prepared for rejection. What I believe is, in fact, that if everything is flowing smoothly with no challenge at all, then something is wrong somewhere. There is no way, never has it happened, that a great man's life happened with no iota of challenge. Hardships are just a confirmation that you are on the right track. Keep going. Though it is in our human nature to want to retreat, do not surrender. That is where your blessing lies. Focus not on the challenges along the way, but on the glory that awaits your victory. One of the most successful presidents of America was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln succeeded in building the America many so dream of today, yet it did not come on a silver platter. His struggle to keep America together would not have been a success. Against all odds, Lincoln's life was full of challenges. He was from a poor family, and thus responsible for taking care of them. He was unable to continue with his education, but this did not stop him from dreaming. History has it that people in from his area didn't like him. They didn't like how he looked, neither did they like the way he talked. This did not stop him either. Lincoln endured all the hardships of his life. He lost his loved ones to death. He lost several bids for public office. Yet at the end of it all, he united America. His ability to endure and keep working contributed to his greatness. Nothing of great importance can be achieved without endurance. Conquering nations, cities, streets is not a hit-and-run thing. It needs a patience. It is work of patience. You need to learn the mystery of patience with consistency. This is a life philosophy applicable to every aspect of a person's life. It is said, and I agree, that those who do not change themselves cannot change the world. It is with the same wisdom that I say, those who cannot conquer themselves cannot conquer nations. One must be able to take charge of his personal life, before he can do the same with the society. If you cannot handle the little challenges that life brings your way, if you cannot endure pain and disappointment from those around you, then I am afraid nations will be too much a task for you. It is our ability to endure the daily challenges that refines us to even greater ones. If our shortcomings do not keep us from attaining personal goals, the same attitude can be applied in domineering our countries. On the other hand, those who easily give up in times of frustrations cannot go far. All the founding fathers of our nations had to endure and suffer long before gaining victory. The faith that we inherited from Abraham is a powerful one. A faith that assures us of victory after tribulation. If we only believe like Abraham did, we'll be sure to conquer nations. The streets will never be the same. The education system will be transformed. The economy of our nations will not be left out, only if we refuse to give up. With faith, endurance is just a phase towards the great unfolding history. When you get into a tight place and everything goes against you, till it seems as though you could not hang on a minute longer, never give up then. For that is just the place and time that the tide will turn. Harriet Beecher Stowe. Purified by problems. Believe that the change you want to see is real. If you can imagine it, it can be created. Obstacles will come, but focus on the bigger picture. There will be pain for sure. Endure. The whole nation is waiting for you. The world is waiting for you. Keep going. Do not be afraid that things will not work out as you plan. That is one way of limiting your capacity to take action. The lives in the nation alone are worth taking the risk for. Your enduring will not be in vain. The fear of pain and difficulties is what keeps many from taking the initiative. Decide to be different. In the end, you will not be remembered for fear, but for the price you paid. The gold refining process is a way of purifying the gold. This explains the glitter it comes with. The more heated the gold, the finer. Endurance refines us. The more obstacles we overcome, the better our position to fight to the end. Consider the washing machine. There is a saying that goes, "The problems we face are like washing machines. They twist us, spin us and knock us around, but in the end we come out cleaner, brighter and better than before." Wow! This tells me that I should be rejoicing whenever I am challenged. I am always looking for problems, personally. Because I know that these challenges and life tests will not leave me the same. Another illustration is that of the sandpaper. This is a sheet used mostly for smoothing rough surfaces like walls. The more it is rubbed against the surface, the smoother the surface becomes. Take note that this comes with a lot of friction too. That is exactly what problems do to us. They rub us hard only for us to come out smoother. The friction caused is the pain we have to endure. No one has ever regretted enduring for a greater cause. Dear reader, mastering the art of endurance is a secret all great men know of. Most motivational speakers will tell you to work hard and do your best. Endurance is part of the hard work, if you didn't know. So I want to use this book to urge you to embrace all the challenges that come your way. No challenge is big enough to make you kill your dream. Accept that hard times will come on your way to transforming nations. Focus on the goal, pay little or no attention to what is going on in the sidelines. Persecutions will only come as distractors. The choice is yours, to ignore or give in. In a marathon race for instance, it is only the one who finishes to the end who will be crowned. Finish what you start. It doesn't matter whether you started the race, you receive no crown if you do not run to the end. Those who start building houses and stop it halfway can't say they own a house. It will still be under construction, until it is complete and ready to be occupied. No matter how many good intentions you have for your country, until you fight for it to the end, you're no better than those who didn't try at all. I am not being mean here. You can defend yourself with the fact that you gave it a try, but I believe in results. That we tried and gave us is nothing. The greatest news is that we endured to the end, and the nations have a reason to rejoice. It is not enough to start something good and leave it unfinished. I have heard a lot people count how many ideas they started working on. The truth, however, is that what we start doesn't count as much as what we finish. Anyone can take the first step for the sake of it, but only the committed ones will work to completion. Before embarking on the national transformation journey, you must have the end result in mind. The end result ought to be the driving force. Otherwise, it is impossible to reach anything without setting a goal. Those who do not set goals in life end up with mediocre results. If you do not have a specific and defined goal, you are likely to settle for anything that comes by. Golden Truths. 1. To subdue nations, we must have an enduring faith like Abraham. 2. Only those who endure to the end win. 3. Quitters are forever losers no matter how hard they worked before quitting. 4. Endurance is a necessary ingredient in the meal of national transformation. 5. Without endurance, all the efforts will prove futile. 6. Nothing of great importance can be achieved without endurance. 7. Those who cannot conquer themselves cannot conquer nations. 8. Believe that the change you want to see is real. If you can imagine it, it can be created. 9. No challenge is big enough to make you kill your dream. 10. No matter how many good intentions you have for your country, until you fight for it to the end, you're no better than those who didn't try at all. Chapter 13. From Zero to Hero. Hard work pays. F. From a nobody and insignificant child to a single mother, Dr. Ben Carson is a living example of how starting from nothing doesn't prevent anyone from achieving greatness. Coming from a poor family, hard work was what Ben Carson was taught by the mother. This, however, was not so from the beginning. Carson was not a good student in his plus elementary class. He took the last position and was known as the dumbest in class. His classmates mocked him too. Having a mother who believed in him, Carson was motivated to work harder. In no time, he rose from a failure to the best student who remained unbeatable. Though retired now, Ben Carson remains as one of the world's best neurosurgeons. If you are using your current state to define your inability to take part in the transformation of your nation, then you are making a huge mistake. Where you are now doesn't matter as much as where you want to go to. The first thing you should begin to do is to simply accept and believe. You must comply with the thought that the whole nation is yours. You need to embrace the grand idea that all things are yours. You have to be at peace with that very thought. Only after that is done will this book be of benefit to you. One of the key factors that usually holds us back from getting what we need in life is that we are often too afraid, shy and intimidated to get what we need. If you tell somebody that you can be a millionaire, in most cases, the first response is that of discomfort, shock, bewilderment. It is this kind of attitude which indicates disbelief that often hinders us from being able to get from life the things we need, and national transformation is no exception. Fear is a form of disbelief, because faith is the opposite of fear. When we truly believe, we don't have to be afraid that things might not work out as we think. Even when things don't work out as we had thought, faith still enables us to cope with the situation at hand. Faith allows us to know that our failure and defeat is only but a temporary situation. Keep on dreaming. Another aspect of Abraham's faith that enables a person to become a father of nations is the ability to begin from nothing and yet work for the invincible future and destiny of the nation. Abraham was working for the building of the new nation even when he didn't have a seed of his own to start with. He was constructing a new nation without even having a child. Then after he had a seed in Isaac, that is still a long way from becoming a nation from one son, yet he persevered, believed, trusted and moved on in faith until he saw the manifestation. His faith justified him. Isaac indeed would one day become one of the leading nations of the earth. Many times in life, those who make it start from nothing. Using my own life as an example, I had completely zero to begin with. Coming from a poor background, I first wore shoes at the age of 12. I didn't even know English. Instead of stopping me from dreaming, this motivated me the more. I was determined to succeed, and now, can testify to the fact that it is not what we don't have, but what we want to acquire. It doesn't matter where you are coming from. All that matters is where you are going. Brian Tracy. How to Fail. People love excuses. They will have one for everything, even their own failure. Poverty has been accused falsely in the place of inaction. Poor backgrounds are used to cover up for laziness. We even get a name to defend our irresponsibility. This is the number one ingredient for failure. The surest way to be doomed in life is to keep on pointing fingers at others. If you want to succeed in failing, always give excuses and blame others for your mistakes. You are sure to fail. Abraham started with nothing. A nation for inheritance was promised to him, yet he didn't even have a son of his own. He was promised a great generation when his own wife had passed the age of conception. Logically, it couldn't add up. But that is the God we serve. The same God that is promising us nations for our inheritance. The challenge is for us to stand, to rise up and start acting. Considering the circumstances around him, it would have been easy for Abraham to excuse himself. After all, he had legitimate reasons not to believe or follow God. Instead, we see him believe, without even questioning God. Make it happen. You will realize that very many people intend to do good. There are many who wish things would be better, yet they have allowed their circumstances to hold them back. A rich background or wealth is not the way to the top. Something many do not understand. It is true that this could give one an advantage over others, but the truth, however, that all one needs is an idea to begin with. No one is lucky, but hard work, determination and endurance brings forth success. It is not by fate that men inherit nations, they go for it. Do not wait for it to happen to you, make it happen. I do not believe in the word fate. It is the refuge of ever self-confessed failure. Andrew Suter. Low self-esteem, poor self-image and comparing oneself with others contributes to inaction. If you don't believe in yourself, no one will believe in you. The possibilities or impossibilities of you walking to greatness begin in the mind. If you believe that you can transform a nation, you are right. If you believe you cannot transform your society, you are also right. That's a paradox you need to understand. Stop focusing on what you lack. Focus more on what you want done. All you need is to believe that you create your own world. You create your own nation. You create your own city. Nothing but an idea is needed to start. So don't allow anything to hold you back. Work on what comes to your mind. Most of the world billionaires started from a humble beginning. They started out with nothing. The founding fathers of our nations are no exception either. It was not what they owned that motivated them to fight for freedom, but what they intended to see. That we are at zero is not of much importance. That you don't have what it takes is a lame excuse. There is always a way out, if we fight enough. Oprah Winfrey is known today for her prowess in the media. Hers is an example of a rag-to-riches story that will inspire any aspiring mover and shaker of nations. She is admired by many, yet very few know how she got to be there. Oprah began with a life of hardships. Born into poverty, she lived with her poor grandmother and wore clothes made from potato sacks. People made fun of her. At age 9, Oprah was raped. She became pregnant at 14 and lost her son in infancy. In her early 20s, she abused drugs and even got involved in unscrupulous relationships that added more insult to injury. This, however, did not make her despair. She kept fighting for the best. Today, Oprah is not only a world billionaire, but also hosted her own international talk show from 1986 to 2011. She is ranked as the richest Black American of the 20th century. One of the most powerful women in the world. Her circumstances did not keep her from pursuing her dreams. Neither could rejection stop her from dreaming bigger. She started from zero, and is now a celebrated hero. You are no exception. Don't wallow in self-pity. Don't even wish you has better. Start from where you are. Your dreams are valid. Where there is no struggle, there is no strength. Oprah Winfrey. The struggles and challenges of life are only to make you stronger. Do not allow your spirit to die. Keep on keeping on. Keep on speaking for change. Keep on serving the society. Don't wait till you have enough money, or acquire a political position. Do not wait for wealth. Start with what you have. Remember, if you think you have nothing at all, your idea is more than enough. A hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. Christopher Reeve. Awaken the hero within. To save the nation, country and the society at large is a heroic act in itself. I believe that by picking this book, you intend to be one of the heroes written in the sand of time. I wrote this book to remind you that whether you have zero now, it has nothing to do with unveiling the hero in you. Remember Abraham. Childless as he was, our progenitor he became. He inherited all the nations of the world, from nothing. He didn't even own a town to begin with. You can do it too, only if you believe. Having a vision is a propeller that will help steer you to subduing of nations. Thanks to the visionaries, who built empires starting from nothing. It is thanks to them, that we can all borrow a leaf and march forward. Henry Ford was the first man to successfully produce an automobile. Interestingly, he started the Ford Motor Company with none of his own money. Could money be the excuse you are not domineering in your sphere? Well, you could become the Abraham of that industry. John Rockefeller is known as one of America's earliest business heroes. Is it because of the wealth he was living in? No, he only had an idea. Not only was he able to refine crude oil into kerosene, but also gave better products. He thought of the cheapest way possible to produce in greater quantities. He sold his products to customers with low prices that were unheard of. Obviously, no one will pay a higher price for a product when it is available at a lower cost. So he won over customers to himself. Like I mentioned earlier in this book, there is a whole world of possibilities for us. We can dominate any sphere of life we are interested in. Money has nothing to do with it. Wealth has nothing to do with it either. It all depends on what lies in between the ears, and the will to pursue. All in all, it is our faith in the fact that we can be raised from nobodies to great men that counts. Without you believing on this possibility, then all my writing is pointless. Most of our nations today are frankly speaking heathen nations, though they are modern. We are all therefore in the same starting point as Abraham, 0. Now, we must perform the same feat that Abraham performed by faith for our own nations. We must perform the same in all our spheres of influence. Our current position doesn't matter, it is what we want to achieve. Coming to birth. The good thing is that God has made provision for the justification of nations. He has made provision for the justification of all that surround us. His words are established in heaven forever. No one can add or subtract to it. It is therefore final, that nations can be saved and be redeemed by faith. And the Scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, In thee shall all nations be blessed. Gal 3-8. God has done his own part, he has made the provision and he has made clear the rules of the game. Believe, have faith, then set out. The only thing left is men and women who can trust God as Abraham did. Men and women who will help bring back their nations to God Almighty. Abrahams of nations. Mothers and fathers of nations. Every nation must be given birth to by someone through faith. A man full of faith is wealthier than the richest who lives in despair. If all you have is faith, then you are ready to embark on this journey. From nothing, you will raise sons and daughters for your nation. Yours could be the next zero to hero story. Faith is principle. Just like we have every man given birth to by a woman, also must every nation be given birth to by faith. All the nations that we see today were also once given birth to in the natural by their progenitors. They too started from zero, and ended up building the nations we claim to belong to. What will we leave behind for the generations to come? Will they have a reason to remember us? Following in the footsteps of our progenitors, we must do the same thing by faith. God is on the lookout in search of such individuals. God is looking for citizens who could become fathers of each and every nation under the sun. He is looking out for Abrahams in every sphere of life in any given society. Could you be the one? Abraham therefore is the shadow of things to come for each and every one of us to follow in the example of his faith. He was a model that we must all emulate. He was our prototype on how we today could bring our nations to the feet of the Redeemer. He clearly proved to us that we do not any possession for us to be of influence. All we need is inside of us. He will lift up a banner to the nations from afar, and will whistle to them from the end of the earth. Surely they shall come with speed, swiftly. Isa 5:26. May your nation and sphere of life be one of those who will run to God speedily. May you not be left behind. God is in the process of raising men and women from zero to heroes. History makers are coming to birth by faith. Believe. Have faith. Join the League. Golden Truths. 1. Many times in life, those who make it start from nothing. 2. It is not what we don't have, but what we want to acquire that matters. 3. The surest way to be doomed in life is to keep on pointing fingers at others. 4. No one is lucky, but hard work, determination and endurance brings forth success. 5. There is always a way out, if we fight enough. 6. The struggles and challenges of life are only to make you stronger. 7. Having a vision is a propeller that will help steer you to subduing of nations. 8. It is final, that nations can be saved and be redeemed by faith. 9. Faith is principle. Just like we have every man given birth to by a woman, also must every nation be given birth to by faith. Chapter 14. Join the League. Believe. Dearest reader, this chapter is a call for you to dare and believe. It is my call to those who will dare to believe God for the redemption of their nations. The story of Abraham has been made known to us through the Scriptures. History has not disappointed us either. We have read and heard of great men who left long-lasting legacies. These are the men and women who, though dead, still impact the world. To join the League is to decide to influence the world even from your grave. I have chosen this path. I believe that we can all play a role in transforming our nations. Who will believe? I wish to join hands together with Prophet Isaiah and raise up my voice in expectation, calling to all who will dare to believe. Who has believed our report? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Isaiah 53:1. The question of the hour is, who will believe God for his own sphere of life? Who will believe God for his own calling? Who will dare to believe God for his whole nation? Who will believe our report, that with God everything is possible? Who will believe that he can do all things? Who will believe our report that God is not a liar? Who will believe that Jesus is not a deceiver? Who will believe that forever, God's words are established in heaven? Who will believe? Who will believe that nations are to be delivered to the feet of the Master by faith? Who will believe that this feat is possible by ordinary men and women? Who will believe that God is not a respecter of persons? Who will believe that to them that believe, the arm of God is revealed? Who will believe that only through faith is God's might manifested? Who will believe so that the greatness of God might be manifested through him? Who will believe? To whom shall this arm of God be revealed? Who is it that will experience this arm of the Almighty? Who will believe? Who will believe that Abraham is not special? Who will believe? Who will believe that what God says, God means? Who will believe? Who will believe that the only thing that matters in this kingdom is faith, faith in the words of the Master? Who will believe? In order to succeed, we must first believe that we can. Nikos Kazantzakis. Who will believe that today there are men and women of faith being raised up who are regularly becoming fathers of nations? Who will believe that he too can join the league of those who became fathers of nations? Will you believe today? To them that believe is the arm of God revealed, to them that believe is the might of God revealed, to them that believe is the muscle of the Almighty unveiled. Who will believe to become fathers and mothers of nations? Who will believe to become fathers of generations? Who will believe to become fathers of movements? Who will believe to become fathers of spheres of life? John Wesley is credited with the foundation of the evangelical movement known as Methodism. His work and writings also played a leading role in the development of the holiness movement and Pentecostalism. He formed a small club for the purpose of study and the pursuit of a devout Christian life. He led the group as they preached, educated, and relieved jailed debtors whenever possible and cared for the sick. He was held to be the mark of a true Christian, greatly impacting on the Christian world. Who will believe to join the League of Fathers of Faith like John Wesley? Who will believe? Martin Luther rebelled against the Roman Catholic Church and started the Protestant Reformation movement. He forever changed the world of Christianity. He desired that people got closer to God. Following his excommunication, he took advantage of the seclusion and translated the New Testament into German. He was so people-driven that he translated the Bible into the language of the people, which radically changed the relationship between church leaders and their followers. He believed in what was right and defended it. He ended up changing the lives of many. Who will believe like Martin Luther? Who will believe? Charles Finney, the father of modern revivalism, is remembered for the Christian perfectionism he advocated for. Apart from his innovations in preaching and the conduct of religious meetings, he was also involved in social reforms. He denounced slavery, even from the pulpit? Who will stand up and speak for the oppressed in our societies? Who will believe like Charles Finney? Who will believe? Who will believe like Jonathan Edwards? Who will believe? Who will believe like Bishop Idahosa, Apostle Babalola, Pastor Adeboye and Bishop Oyedepo? Who will believe? Who will believe like Smith Wigglesworth, William Seymour and Charles Mason? Who will believe? To them that believe is the might of God revealed. The above-mentioned have nothing special in particular, just like Abraham. They simply believed God and in His power. Do you believe? Remember, it was by faith that Abraham inherited nations. To join the League of History Makers, you have to believe. Believe that you are the change you want to see. Believe that the whole nation is waiting for you. Believe that you own the nation, city, country, and everything that surrounds you. You are the government. The whole earth is yours to inherit and take care of. All things are yours. Therefore let no one boast in men. For all things are yours, whether Paul or Apollos or Cephas, or the world or life or death, or things present or things to come, all are yours. 1 Cor. 3:21–22. How could the above scripture be true? Giving it a second thought, I realize that it is actually God speaking to me. It is God speaking to you. All things are yours. Can you believe that? We are left with no option but accepting His truth. It is our mandate to embrace His word and comply with His reality. I would like to give the above scripture a more detailed analysis. All things are yours. The word all is so heavy, so universal and so comprehensive that I needed a few weeks to truly picture in my mind the magnitude of what God was talking about. All things. HHHMM. Can you feel that? All things are yours. The word all here means 8. Whole in regards to quantity, extent or duration. 9. Entire. Total amount, quantity or extent of. 10. Every member or part of, the whole number or sum of. 11. Used to refer to the whole quantity or extent of a particular thing or group. When the Bible says, all things are yours, that definitely takes some gusto to believe. I know it is difficult. Not everyone has the capacity to actually believe this. But I have decided to believe that all things have been given to me by God. I don't need to struggle, I don't need to strive, and all my struggles would mainly be to believe. When you have faith that all things are yours, you walk and labor with a different attitude. Your efforts are geared towards a concrete and definite result. Because you know all things are already yours, your work and struggle now is only in getting a hold of it. So, your struggle and work is to get a hold of it. You are not working as if you are struggling to have what is not yet yours, or what is unreachable to you or a height unattainable. The nations are already yours. Believe and stretch forth for them. Some people want it to happen, some wish it would happen, others make it happen. Michael Jordan. Time is up. Don't wait for things to happen. Make them happen. Believe that you are the only one responsible for affecting change in the society. You have all takes to pioneer change in your environment. My question to you, however, is, do you believe? My dear friend, that you are reading this book now is a privilege. You now know that joining the League is solely up to you. Everything is yours. Do you believe this? What will you do with it? Not only is it possible that you could be the Abraham of your nation, it is necessary. It is necessary that you decide to become one. If you believe, nothing will hold you back from becoming. With belief in your capabilities, you will by all means positively impact on your city, country, nation. If you believe, nothing will become impossible for you. Like promised to us, through us nations will be blessed. You will be a blessing. You will lift up people's spirits. You will restore nations. Do you believe? Serve tirelessly. Your greatness will be measured by your service to others. Do something to those who are not privileged enough to even pay back. Believe that you are called to be the voice of the voiceless. Close not your eyes to the injustice and corruption in your nation. Close not your ears to the cries of the less fortunate. Do something. Heed to their plight. Believe that you don't need to be great to get started. You have to get started to be great. Take that first step. Keep going until it is done. It is not yet over, until you do something for your nation. You are not part of the league yet, if you only live for yourself. Allow me to rephrase that: if faith is worth having, it is worth having for greater things. If it is worth believing, then believe in all that seem impossible. Take that step of faith. Join the league. You are the Abraham of your nation. Golden truth. 1. To join the league is to decide to influence the world even from your grave. 2. God's words are established in heaven forever. 3. God's might is revealed and manifested through faith. 4. Great feats are achievable by mere men and women. 5. God is no respecter of persons. 6. You are the government. The whole earth is yours to inherit and take care of. 7. When you have faith that all things are yours, you walk and labor with a different attitude. 8. Don't wait for things to happen, make them happen. 9. Your greatness will be measured by your service to others. Conclusion. Every human heart cries and yearns for the same thing: a chance to fulfill his or her own dreams and desires. Even the poorest man has a dream. Miles Monroe. Here is no limit to the dreams a man can have. There is no limit to what we can become. The story of Abraham opens our eyes to a new world of possibilities. A world of realities. A world where dreams come to pass. A world where there are no limitations. A world where needs are met. A world where you know and are sure that all things are yours. A world of sufficiency. If we abide in the principles Abraham used to subdue nations, then we'll be sure to achieve results, solutions, achievements and accomplishments beyond measure. Everyone has been called to be an Abraham in his own way. Everyone is capable. Unfortunately, not everyone is aware of this fact. Circumstances and life challenges have conditioned many to see themselves as not fit enough. It is obvious that there is need for change, but fear and self-disbelief keeps many from addressing the problems of the society. Guess what? They think that someone better should come and take the challenge. Truly speaking, we can do something about the problems that have met our eyes. We can do something to impact on our societies. The secret is to visualizing oneself beyond the setbacks. Focusing on the goal and the results is energizing. Whether we like it or not, life will always hand us with unfavorable conditions. Nothing comes easy in life. And Abraham's story demonstrated this to us too. Even with God, we'll have hard times. The good news, we triumph in the end. Don't wait for the perfect time, because there will never be an ideal time. It is either now, or never. Becoming the Abrahams of our nations is about finding something we can contribute to. It is about being able to give back to the society. It is not dreaming about self-gratification, but how to make the lives of other people better. It is understanding that there is more to life than living for self. It is not waiting for the best to come, but going for the best. It is finding what you are here on earth for. I fail understand the believers that just sit down in churches, hoping for things to happen by themselves. That does not demonstrate faith. That rather demonstrates lack of belief. When you believe something, you want to go for it. When you believe something, you don't just stay put. You want to pursue what you believe in. If you believe that your nation can become better, you do something to contribute to that. Practical faith. Many take the scripture for entertainment. On the contrary, this is a book of principles and laws. Principles that is followed will propel anyone to greatness. What is the point of being alive if you don't at least try to do something remarkable? John Green. If we truly believe in God and in His words, our response will always be connected with action. If He says that nations are for our inheritance, we immediately would want to respond to His bidding. We will not keep on sitting, telling him that we expect him to bring things to pass by himself. That would be an absolutely irresponsible thing to do. Faith is demonstrated by actions. Faith is only proven by obedience. If God says we have all things in Him, we don't doubt Him, but rather strive to confirm to Him that we indeed believe Him. Abraham believed, and it was counted to him as righteousness. Believing in our abilities is not that easy, but with the faith given to us, nothing is impossible. Could you become the Abraham of your nation? Why not? Knowing that we are called to be the Abrahams of our nations, it is our responsibility to get prepared for the same. It is upon us to work on ourselves, to be able to take advantage of opportunities. Self-development in our spheres will make us hot cakes in subduing those areas of our nations. It is unwise to sit down and wait for a time to come when you will be given the opportunity. Instead, work on yourself. Sharpen your skill. Increase your knowledge. Offer yourself to become of service. In a short while, you will be noticed. The city will know you exist. Build a strong foundation. Start wherever you are. A man's gift maketh room for him, and bringeth him before great men. Proverbs chapter 18 verse 16. What is your talent? How do you use it? Does it only benefit you or those around you? Master your talent, no matter how insignificant it may seem to be. Who knows? That could open the door towards your subduing nations. Take nothing for granted. Many are mistaken on the roles they ought to play in nation building. We think that it is the government. Others assume that the politicians are responsible for taking care of their nations. What a deception! It is you and I that make the nation. Whether we accept it or not, we have a role to play in the national transformation process. It is the duty of every citizen to positively contribute to the well-being of the nation. If a nation fails, it is because you and I have failed. Nothing more. As inheritors of nations, therefore, we are called to take interest in the matters affecting every aspect of our society. If we treasure our nations, we will make it our priority to effect change. We will be ready to pay the price. No matter what it takes, we'll fight till our last breath, if it is called for. Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Jesus. Make your nation your number one treasure. Be concerned. Look around. Do you like what you see? If not, what can you do about it? Make it happen no matter what. Make a commitment to leave your country better than you found it, because it belongs to you. Most people don't keep their commitments, an explanation as to why very little is being achieved. If you commit yourself, be sure to fulfill it. The uncommitted life is not worth living. Les Brown. Make a difference in your community, the whole nation is waiting for you. You are the Abraham of your nation. It is my prayer and hope that you put to practice what has been unveiled in this book. It is time to subdue the nations.